What's going on, guys? Welcome to Amigos Code. In this full course, I'm going to teach you exactly everything you need to know about Spring Security. I'm going to teach you how you are going to be able to secure your applications, right? Security is one of those topics that none of us has a clear and full understanding of how it works, but yet we need to secure our applications in one way or another. In this course, you are going to fully learn how to use Spring Security. You're going to learn about cross-site request forgery, roles, users and permissions, basic authentication, form-based authentication, and JWTs. And so that you know, there will be a lot to cover, but the good thing is we're simply going to focus on coding. I don't want to bombard you with the presentations because I don't think that's the right way for you to learn. Obviously, I've got some diagrams to show you exactly how things connect to each other, but we will code a lot in this course. So what I want from you is to go ahead and practice as I teach, because that's the best way for you to learn any new concept, framework, technology that you come across. If you get stuck, go ahead and drop me a message and I'll be more than happy to assist. If you haven't subscribed to my channel, go ahead and subscribe right now. Otherwise, let's go ahead and learn everything you need to know about Spring Security. Alright, for this course, you will get the source code for every single section at the end. So that means that if you are stuck, you can simply use a git checkout command and then the actual name of the section. And that way you can get the source code and follow along in case you get stuck, for example. And also, as I always say, make sure to practice as I teach, because that's the best way for you to learn anything. And without further ado, let's get started. All right, let's go ahead and kick off this course by navigating into start.spring.io. And in this website, we can bootstrap our Spring Boot application. So as you can see, this page has a Halloween theme, and this is because I'm recording this video just the day before Halloween. But if you watch it after Halloween, then you shouldn't see, the spider and the black theme. So you should see everything white. But I think this is really, really nice. So in this website, we can bootstrap the application. So go ahead and bootstrap this application with Maven, and then select Java, and then the version, pick anything above 2. So I'm going to pick the default, which is 2.2.0. Now for the group, leave it as it is, and then artifact, leave it as it is as well. You can change those according to your needs, but for now I'm going to leave them as they are. Then I'm going to click on options, and then right here you can see that you can pretty much just pick a Java version as well as the actual packaging. So for the Java version, I'm going to go ahead and pick Java 11 right here. So I haven't got Java 13 installed, that's why I'm picking 11. But if you have 13, go ahead and experiment, and I think it should just work. But for being safe, and if you want to follow along, go ahead and pick 11 or 8, and 12 as well will also work if you see that option. Next, right here, you can see that we can select a bunch of dependencies. So I'm going to click that, and you can see that we have a bunch of dependencies right here. So because we are learning about Spring Security, you can see right here, this is a dependency that we will need in a second. We have to choose this dependency, but not now. So I'm going to show you first how to spin up an application without security, and then we will manually install this dependency right here. So for now, what we need to pretty much just install is the Spring Web. So this allows us to build applications with Spring MVC using Apache Tomcat as a default embedded container. So go ahead and select that and then generate the project. Ooh, this is nice. I can see a ghost kind of like this. So I don't know if you'll have the chance to see this, but maybe not. But this is really, really cool. And I'm even scared right now. So I'm just going to generate the project. Now I'm going to open it up in my desktop. And if I collapse this, and now what I'm going to do is simply extract it and then delete this zip folder right here. And there we go. Now we have this demo folder. Next, let's go ahead and open up this folder with IntelliJ. For this course, the IDE that I'm going to use is IntelliJ. And if you want to learn more about IntelliJ, check out my website for this course, IntelliJ Developer Guide. And in this free course, I teach you everything you need to know about IntelliJ and why you should really use IntelliJ if you want to become a real software developer, because IntelliJ allows you to write code really fast and you can focus on what matters instead of you wasting time with IDEs such as Eclipse or NetBeans. So go ahead and take this course, and I highly suggest you. So you can watch this intro where I talk about exactly what IntelliJ is and why you should take it. So once you have IntelliJ installed, go ahead and click on Open, and then go to where the demo folder is, and then open up the pom.xml, and then as project, and it's resolving the dependencies, and there we go. So if I put this full screen, there we go. So now you can see that we have this folder right here called demo, and within this folder we have the pom.xml. So if I open it up right here, this simply contains the actual dependencies for our application. So remember that we selected this one right here, so Spring Boot Startup Web. So this is what we selected from Spring Initializer, and later on we're going to be adding the Spring Security, but for now I just want to show you how to get an application up and running without Spring Boot Security. Now if I close this and then open up source, main, and then Java, and then within this package we have demo application right here. So if I open it up, you can see that we have this main method right here. So also, if you want to learn about Spring Boot on my website, I've got this course right here which I highly recommend you taking, and in this course I teach you how to use Spring Boot. So it's the essential training, but I go over how to create controllers, how to create services, how to use dependency injection, how to switch implementations by implementing to an interface, and a bunch of other things. So I highly suggest you to take this course if you haven't used Spring Boot. If you have used Spring Boot, I've got this advanced course right here. So this is the full stack web development, and this is where we go in depth into databases, Flyway migrations, connecting to real databases using Docker and Amazon AWS, build configurations, deploying it to real users, exceptions, implementing a user interface using React, and a bunch of other things. So I highly suggest you to take this course as well. And to be honest, this is what most students do take. So go ahead and enroll to either one of those courses in order to understand all of this if you haven't never done Spring Boot, or if you're not really familiar with Spring Boot. So right now, let's go ahead and simply run this main method. So let's go ahead and run the main method. And this just simply will ensure that everything is up and running fine. And you can see that right here. So we have no errors. And right here, you can see that Tomcat initialize it with port right here, 8080. This means that everything is working fine. And next, let's go ahead and build a controller or an API that clients can submit requests. All right, let's go ahead and build an API that will allow users to retrieve students. So let's go ahead and collapse this, and let's go ahead within the main package, create another package, and let's call this as student. And within that package, let's go ahead and create Java class, and let's name it as student and then controller. Now I've got typo right here, so let me just fix that. So this should be con and then controller, just like that. And then let's annotate this class with at and then rest and then controller and then at and then request and then mapping. And right here, let's simply go ahead and say API /v1 and then students. And let's go ahead now and create a method. So right here, let's simply say public, and then this will return actually a student, and simply say get and then student right here. And what we're going to do here is simply pass the actual student ID. So let me go ahead and say integer and then student and then ID. And what we're going to do is the following. So this ID right here, we will get it from the path. So I'm going to say at and then get mapping. And then within the get mapping, I'm going to have a path. And then within this path, I'm going to add / and then student and then ID. Now, the way that I do get this student ID is simply by saying at and then path variable. And then the path variable that I want is student and then ID. So this student ID is this one. And in fact, I don't need that /. Now we need to create this class right here called student. So I'm going to go to the main package and then create a class called student. And then right here, let's keep it super simple. So private final integer and then student and then ID. And let's also have a private final and then string student and then name. Let's add these to constructor. There we go. And let's have some getters just like that. And if I put this on a new line, and you can see that this model right here, so this class called student, contains the ID as well as the actual name. Now if I go back to student controller, you can see that the error went away. Now let me go ahead and simply have a private and then a static and then final, and then let's have a list right here. And within this list, I'm going to have students. And let me simply name this as students equals to arrays dot as list. And let's add few students. So new student, and let's add ID 1 and then James and then Bond. Let's have another student. So new and then student ID 2. Oops, not string. This must be an integer. And then this will be Maria and then Jones. And let's add a final student right here. So new and then student and then Anna. Oops, so this would be 3 actually. And then Anna and then Smith, just like that. So we have 3 students right here. So what we're going to do right here is simply say return. So let's simply say return and then students and then dot and then stream. So we're going to stream and then dot and then filter. and we have the student right here. And then what we're going to do is we're going to get the actual student ID, so the one that we get from the client, dot, and then equals, and then the actual student dot, and then get ID. So if this is the case, I'm going to say dot find first, otherwise, so or, and then else, I'm going to throw. So right here you can pretty much just throw a custom exception, but for now let me simply say illegal, and then state exception, and then student, and then plus student ID. Let me put this full screen so you can see exactly, and then plus does not exist. There we go. So this is using some streams, and also if you want to learn more about streams, go ahead and check my website for learning how to use Java streams. So now what we're going to do is let's go ahead and restart the application. So I'm going to stop and rerun, and this should be 3 right here. So Anna Smith. So now if I open up my web browser, and then if I go to localhost 8080, and then API v1, and then students, and then / and then 1, you can see that we have student ID, and then this is James Bond. Now if I do student and then 2, you can see that we have Maria Jones. So this is all for now, and if you have had troubles getting this far, go ahead and drop me a message. But now we have an API that we can start securing with Spring Boot security. Let's go ahead and add Spring security into our project and start securing things. So let's go back to IntelliJ and go ahead and open up the pom.xml. So inside of this pom.xml, this is where we're going to add the Spring security. Now go ahead and simply add a new dependency, and for the artifact, go ahead and simply say spring dash and then boot dash starter, and then dash, guess what, security. There we go. And this will come from org.springboot, just like this one right here, and then enable auto imports, and there you go. So now let's go ahead and restart the application. Now let's go back to our API, and remember before we had this endpoint right here which gave us Maria Jones. Now if I go ahead and refresh this page, you can see that, so if I put this smaller, you can see that we have this form right here. And to be honest, we didn't have to do anything. So the only thing that we did was to add the Spring Boot security dependency, and then we get this form-based authentication right here, right out of the box. And this is the reason why Spring Boot security is awesome. So you can see that we did only added the security dependency, and then without having to configure anything, we have form-based authentication, and this is really, really cool. So we have username and password right here. So the way that we get the password is from the console. So right here, you should see that we have this using generated security password. So go ahead and grab this, Command C, go back, and then right here, go ahead and simply say user as the username. And then the password is the one that we've copied from the console. I'm going to paste that in. Now go ahead and sign in. And you can see that now we get the original payload that we were expecting. And this is because now we are signed in. So Spring Boot, it's already doing the security work for us without us having to do anything. And this is really, really awesome. Next, let's go ahead and learn how to use basic authentication with Spring Boot security. Alright, so we've installed Spring Security and we have this form right here. So we didn't implement any of this, and this is pretty much what Spring Boot Security gives us right out of the box. Now, what you are seeing here is form-based authentication. So this is used widely throughout the internet, and you've seen many websites that allow you to sign in by simply using your username and password. So right here you can see that we can provide the username and then the password. So right here you can see that Spring Boot generates a random password, and I'm going to show you exactly how we're going to create users, set passwords, but for now I just want to teach you and also give you an overview of form-based authentication before we move on. So I'm going to copy this password, and then the default user is user, and then paste the actual password. So what I'm going to do is actually, before I submit the request, I'm going to inspect on the console, and right here go to network, and I'm going to sign in. So you can see that we have the payload. So this is the actual JSON blob that we saw previously, right? So this is Maria, and if I do 1, we've got James Bond, and if I do 2, we have Maria, oh actually 3, so 3, we have Anna Smith. So currently we are logged in, right? So the actual original request was / and then login, right? So if I try that again, you can see that I go back to the sign in page, or actually login page, and we didn't implement none of this. So currently we're still logged in, and if I go back, you can see that this still works, right? So if I want to log out, so if I want to kill this session, I can simply go to the actual root URL and then simply type log and then out. And you can see that it says, are you sure? And I'm going to log out. And you can see that you have been signed out. Now, if I try to access the API, so API and then v1 /students / and then 1, you can see that I need to log in again. So let's log in once more. So user and then the password right here. And what I'm going to do is right here, you can see on the right hand side. So I've got the inspect panel open, and under network, you can see all the requests which are being made. So what I'm going to do now is simply sign in. And right here, you can see that we have this login request. So I'm going to click on it. And you can see that we have some details about the request that we sent to our server. So you can see that this was a post, the status code, and some response headers, request headers. But what I want to show you really is the actual payload which is sent to our backend. So you can see that the username is user and then the password. And also you have this CSRF, which I'm going to explain to you later what it is. But for now, this is what gets sent to our backend. And we haven't configured anything. And Spring Boot Security handles everything. So it makes sure that the user exists, it checks the password, and if all of those conditions are met, then we can log in. So I just want you to realize the power of Spring Boot Security. It's really awesome, and you should definitely use it in your own projects. So form-based authentication is what you see all over the internet, but we also have other forms of authentication. So in this course, we're going to cover basic auth, and then I'm going to show you exactly in detail the form-based authentication. So this one right here that you are looking at. So if I say log out, So you can see that this is the form-based authentication. We're going to cover this much more in detail later on. And then towards the end of this course, I'm going to show you exactly how to use JWTs or JWTs. So this was a quick overview of form-based authentication. Next, let's go ahead and learn about basic authentication. But as I said, later on, we're going to learn more about form-based authentication with Spring Boot Security. Alright, let's go ahead and learn about how basic authentication, or simply basic auth, works. So this is widely used as well, but there are some limitations between basic auth and form-based authentications and JWTs, but I want to teach you first basic auth because it's the simplest of all, and then show you exactly how form-based works, and then JWT, which is a really nice alternative instead of basic or form-based authentication. So with basic auth, you have the client right here, and the client wants to access some requests on a server, right? So it wants to issue, either a GET request, put, deletes, so on and so forth. So what the client initially does, and the client can be pretty much anything, right? It could be a web app, it could be your backend calling another API, or it could be an Android or iOS app. It could literally be anything. So what the client does is the client sends a request, right? So let's say that a client wants to view some data and then sends a request. Well, with basic auth, if you just send a request, you will get a 401 status code, meaning unauthorized from the server. And this is because with basic auth, you need to specify the username and password inside of the request header as base64. So every single request that you send to the server, you need to specify the username and password. And this is encoded as base64 inside of the request header. Then the server does some validations, whether the username exists. If the username exists, checks the password, and then if the password matches the one that the server knows about, then it sends a 200 status code with whatever the client has requested. So as you can see, this is very simple to understand, and to be honest, a lot of people still use it for accessing APIs. Not so much, for example, if you have to have, a form on your website where people log in providing the username and password, because right here you can see that the client has to send every single time the password. And if you have a modern application, you don't want the user, for example, right here in this web app, for example, you don't want the user to send the username and password for every single request, right? So this is usually good when you are accessing external APIs. So let's go ahead and learn exactly how to implement basic auth with Spring Boot. Let's go ahead and change from form-based authentication to basic auth, where we have to specify the username and password for every single request. So I'm going to go back to IntelliJ. And what I'm going to do here is I'm going to collapse this. And right here, let's go ahead and create a new package. And right here, I'm going to call this as security. So this will be the security package. And inside, let's go ahead and create a new class, and I'm going to call this as application security and then config. So this class has to be annotated with @ and then configuration, and then we have to annotate as well with @ and then enable and then web security. So by doing this, this will be the place where we will configure everything that has to do with security for our application. Now, right here, we need to extend a class, and we have to extend web security configure adapter. So right here, you see that we've just extended this class, And if I press Control and then O, or actually Command O, you can see that we can override few methods right here. And to be honest, there are not many, but we can override some methods. So the one that I'm going to teach you first is this one right here. So configure, and this one takes the HTTP security. So select that one and then simply say OK. And right here, this is how we're going to secure things. So instead of super, go ahead and delete this line. Now inside, I'm going to use this HTTP right here, and I'm going to say HTTP, and then right here I'm going to press enter and then simply say dot, and then I want to authorize requests followed by dot any request must be authenticated. And then right here I'm going to say that and I want to use basic authentication. So this is HTTP and then basic. And there we go. So this is our new configuration. So right here we are saying that we want to authorize requests. Any requests must be authenticated, i.e. the client must specify the username and password. And the mechanism that we want to enforce the authenticity of a client is by using basic authentication. So HTTP basic. So let's go ahead and restart the server and give that a go. So I'm going to restart the server. And right here, you can see that we have this password, and then go back to my web page. And right here before, remember, we had by default form-based authentication. Now what I'm going to do is simply reload this page, and you can see that now we have this pop-up right here. And this is what exactly is basic auth from a web browser. So again, let's go ahead and pretty much just enter the username as user and then the password, so the one that I've just copied, and then sign in. And you can see that this application has no explicit mapping for /. So basically right here, what I need is to go to API and then v1 students, and then I want to get number 2, and you can see that now I do have Maria Jones. So you can see that it is really straightforward. Basic authentication. It's very simple to use. You just need the username and password, and that's it. Now, one of the drawbacks of basic auth is that you can't log out. So I can't simply, go here and then simply say log and then out. So there is no way for you to log out. You can see that we have a white label error page. So there is no way for you to log out because the username and password is sent on every single request, right? And for every single request, the server has to validate whether the username and password is correct. So this is pretty much how you use basic auth. So let me actually go back to the API, and basically within the browser we get this pop-up. So in fact, let me go ahead and restart the server so you can see the pop-up once more. So if I refresh, you can see that this is the actual pop-up. So next, let me go ahead and show you exactly how to use, for example, a client where you're going to be able to specify the username and password inside of the request headers. Alright, for this part of this video, go ahead and download Postman, and Postman allows us to test our APIs. So because we don't have, for example, a mobile client or a web client, we can trigger requests as if we were using some of those clients. So it's pretty much really useful to test your stuff locally before you send it to an environment where real applications or clients use it. So once you have Postman installed, go ahead and open it up, And right here, you can see that in this user interface, we can issue some requests. So right here, you can see that we can issue get, post, put, delete, copy, and some other request types. So right here, we're going to send. So let me actually show you. So remember, so right here, if I put this on the foreground, so like that. So before we were using the web browser, and by default, the web browser shows you this model right here where you have to specify the username and password. So right here, you can see that it's actually spinning until we provide the username and password. So often, you know, this is not a great user interface. So every time you want to access a resource, you have to enter your username and password. So what you would do is within the actual request, right? So if you are using, for example, an Android application or a React or an iOS app, you simply bake the username and password inside of the request headers. So right here, go ahead and select get, and we're going to issue an HTTP request to local and then host 8080/API/v1 and then students and then /2. So right here, I'm going to send this request and you should guess what's going to happen. So right here, you can see that I'm not authorized. So you can see that this 401 request is what I've showed you before, right? So this is the 401 request returned by the server. So now let's go ahead and add the username and password inside of the request header. So right here, go ahead and you can see that the type, so right here, no auth, go ahead and select basic auth. So now go ahead and say user, and then for the password, if I open up IntelliJ, you can see that this is the password. Grab that, go back and then paste that in, and I can go ahead and simply send the request, and you can see that this time we do get our JSON payload right here. So what I want to show you actually is the actual headers. So go to headers, and right here you can see that the headers includes the authorization right here, and then basic, and then right here. So this right here is a username and password as base64. So remember, so right here I said base64 username and password. So if you have any questions on this, go ahead and drop me a message. Next, let me go ahead and show you how you're going to whitelist some URL paths using ant matchers. All right, let me go ahead and show you exactly how you're going to be able to whitelist some URLs with security. So right here, we simply have to provide the username and password. So let me go ahead and simply say user and then password. So right here, oh, actually, I need to get it from here. Just like that. Go back, user, and then paste the password. And you can see that I'm in. So there are times that you might have, for example, an index.html right here, and you want this to be public. So currently we have a 404, meaning that there is nothing to be served right here. So let me actually go back to IntelliJ, and if I open up the project tab, open up resources, and inside of static, go ahead and create a new file. Simply say index.html, and then simply say h1, and then simply say hello, spring, and then boot, security. And if I restart the server, and then right here, so if I get this, and then right here, so if I refresh, so let me actually say user, and then the password, sign in, and you can see that we have hello Spring Boot security. So let's say that this is the actual, main page that you want to whitelist for every single user. So every single user whether they are logged in or not, they should be able to get access to this page instead of having to enter their username and password. So it's what happened, right? So if I restart the server, so right here, so if I refresh this, you can see that I have to enter my username and password. So the way that we can whitelist, specific URLs with Spring Security is if I go back to IntelliJ and open up the application security config. So right here, so if I collapse this, so right here, we can simply say after authorized requests, say .ant and then matchers. And then within ant matchers, we can specify some patterns. So right here, I can say that, for example, I want to allow, requests going to the root as well as the index. So anything that has an index will be whitelisted. I can also whitelist some CSS, right? So go ahead and say /CSS/ and then any CSS, and the same with JavaScript. So /JS/ and then star. Now we have an error, and that is because we need to say these patterns right here, we want to permit. So dot and then permit all. Now, if I restart the server and go back to my web browser, if I cancel out of this and now reload the page, you can see that I don't have to specify the username and password. Again, if I reload, you can see that I don't need to specify the credentials. Now, as soon as I try to access API and then v1 and then students and then 2, enter, you can see that now I have to specify the username and password. So let me actually grab the password, go back, and then user, paste the password, and you can see that now I can access this URL. So this is how you pretty much whitelist some URLs. So if you have any questions on this, go ahead and drop me a message. Next, let me go ahead and show you how to create users with a predefined username and password. In this section, let's go ahead and learn about users. So currently, when we start our backend, Spring Boot Security gives us a default user, which the username is user, and then the password is this random user. And this user right here, it's stored inside of an in-memory database. So let me show you again if you don't remember. So right here, if I start the application, there we go. You can see that using generated security password, and this is a random UID. So this is this default user. Now, obviously, when you develop your own applications, you want to have a bunch of users, i.e. users signing up to your application so that you can then authenticate them as you need. So usually we would have something like this. So you'd have a bunch of users and then you'd actually store them inside of a real database. So in this case right here, you can see that it's a Postgres database. And if you want to learn more about Postgres and SQL, go ahead and check my website for a course where I teach all of this for free. So the idea is that you have a bunch of users and then you want to store them inside of a database. So right here, you can see that whenever we restart the server, we lose this user's password. So with a real database, that won't be the case anymore. So with users, there are a few things that we need to learn about users. So one is that a user must have a username, and this username must be unique. And then it must have a password. The password must be encoded because we don't want to be storing passwords as plain text, because that's a really bad idea. And then with users, you can define roles, and this is how you're going to control what endpoints they should be allowed and what they can perform inside of those endpoints using authorities. So this is optional, but it's highly recommended that you use authorities. But we're going to learn about this roles and authorities throughout this course in detail, and a bunch of other things that I'm going to show you later in this course. So for now, let's go ahead and create a user. So we're going to create a user, and then we're going to define the actual username and password and still use an in-memory database. But obviously I'm going to show you how to store users into a real database. Next, let's go ahead and create a user. Alright, so to create our very first user, let's go ahead and override one method. So I'm going to press Command O, and the method that I want you to override is this one right here, user details service. So right here, after override, go ahead and simply say add and then bean. So this will be instantiated for us. And if I put this full screen, so this user details service is how you retrieve your users from your database. So right here, I'm going to simply define a user, but ideally what we will do later is to retrieve a user from the database. So right here, let me actually go ahead and remove this return super user details service. And what I'm going to do here is simply say user, and make sure to pick the one from Spring Framework, and then dot, and then builder, and then go ahead and simply say username. So let's define the actual username. So this will be Anna and then Smith, just like that. And then the password, dot, and then password. So go ahead and simply say password. And then finally, go ahead and specify roles. So right here, let's go ahead and simply define one role, and the role will be student. So she is a student. So this is Anna Smith right here. So now let me go ahead and extract this to a variable, and you can see that I do have a user right here. So user, or actually Anna and then Smith user, just like that. Now what I'm going to do is actually click on user details service, and you can see that this is an interface. So right here you can see that I can see which classes do implement this interface. So if I click on it, you can see that I do have caching user details service, in-memory details manager, JDBC DAO implement, and then user detail manager, and so on and so forth. So the one that we are going to use is this one right here, in-memory details manager. So if I go back, and right here, let's go ahead and simply say return new in-memory details manager. And this takes, you can see that it takes a collection of users or a series of users. So right here, let's simply go ahead and say Anna, or actually Anna and then Smith user. And you can see that we have an error, and this is because we are using a builder right here, and we need to say dot and then build. And you can see that now this is no longer this builder, right? So if I remove that, so let me actually grab this name, and that shouldn't be a builder. So if I refactor this, Anna Smith and then user. So there we go. So now you can see that we have this username, Anna Smith, the password is password, and then student is the actual role. So roles and then student. And this internally will be role underscore and then student, just like that. So this is how Spring Security understands this student and then uses throughout the application for accessing some resources, which I'm going to show you exactly how to use it. And then we build it, and then we have this user details. So let me go back to the actual diagram. So right here, remember I said that the password must be encoded. So if we try and run this, and then let's go ahead and try and access this API, Anna, and then Smith, and then the password is password, sign in. You can see that that didn't work. If I go back to IntelliJ, you can see that we have an error, and you can see that there is no password encoder, and that's what we're going to learn next. Alright, so let's go ahead and define the password encoder that can be used for encoding this password right here. So let me collapse this and then expand the tab, and right here inside of the security package, let's go ahead and create a new class and simply say password and then config. So right here, annotate this with add and then configuration, and we're going to create a public and then password and then encoder, and simply name this as password encoder. So right here, this password encoder, so this is an interface, and this interface has three methods. So encode, so this takes a series of characters and then encodes the password into a random character, and then we have the matches, right? And then we have Boolean upgrade encoding. So this is actually what we are interested, right? So this encode right here, and this is what Spring Boot Security uses internally to encode the passwords. So the most famous password encoder, and you can see that this is an interface right here. So the most famous password encoder out there is this one. So I'm going to say return and then B and then crypt password encoder, and obviously I need to say new, and right here we can specify the strength inside of the constructor. So I'm going to choose 10 right here. So this is the strength on how to encode the passwords. So there we go. So I'm going to leave a link on bcrypt so you can go ahead and read more about it, but this is the most popular password encoder out there. Now let's go ahead and simply annotate this with add and then bin. There we go. Now let's go back to application security config, and inside of the constructor, so let's go ahead and simply say private final and then password encoder. There we go. And let's auto wire. So we're going to auto wire this guy. So this password encoder will be this one right here. So let me actually open up password config, will be this one, which is bcrypt. Now this solves the problem. So actually this is not doing anything just yet. So let me comment that out. So if I restart the server, there we go. If I now try and access right here, so Anna Smith and then password, sign in, you can see that this didn't work. And if I go back, you can see that we have a message right here. So log line saying encoded password does not look like bcrypt. So this is why I wanted to inject the password encoder right here. So if I uncomment that, now when I define the password, I can go ahead and simply say password encoder dot and then encode and then the actual password. Now if I restart the server, there we go. If I go back to Chrome and Anna and then Smith and then password, and then sign in. You can see that it works. Now just let me reload the page so you can see that it's working. And there we go. We've successfully managed to encode our passwords. So just to show you exactly what this password looks like, so if I put breakpoint right here and stop this, and then pretty much just run this in debug mode. There we go. Now I'm going to press this evaluate expression. So password encoder dot encode, and then simply say password inside, and then evaluate. You can see that now the password looks like this. So this is the random sequence, which makes it really hard for an attacker to know that this random sequence right here is password. So this is the actual password right here, right? So make sure to always use a password encoder. And to be honest, like Spring Boot security won't let you proceed because it wants you to follow the right patterns to secure your applications. If you have any questions, go ahead and drop me a message. Otherwise, let's move on. Alright, it's time for us to learn about roles and authorities, or simply permissions. So I think permissions is a better way instead of using authorities. So a role is simply a high-level view of all the users that you have in your system. So the idea is that for a specific user, you assign a role. So the role is just the high-level view, and then you have authorities or permissions. So you'll see a lot of people say that this as authorities, but I think that this should be permissions because it's easy for you to reason about. So let me show you the actual diagram, and this will make complete sense to you. So right here, you can see that I do have a role called admin. And then these ones right here, so student column read, courses write, student write, and courses read, these are the permissions. So you can see that the role is the high level view, and then within a role you have a set of permissions that a role has. So right here, so let me show you. So right here, so you can see that if I make this smaller, so right here you can see that these are the permissions. So these ones, course write, read, student write, and student read. So these are permissions. And then admin, so the higher level is the actual role. And create another role called student. So right here. And currently we have a role assigned to our student. But right here you can see that the student, so the student role doesn't have courses write. So a student may be able to view the student information. It might be able to update its details, and also it might be the list of available courses in your system. But what a student cannot do is to update course information, because that's really an admin job. So you can see that within this role student, it doesn't have the capability to modify courses. And this brings us to the point of how we use roles within our system. Well, it's very straightforward. So these roles and permissions allows us to secure our APIs. So for example, you might have an API which only can be accessible by admins, or you may have an API which might be only accessible by students. So let's go ahead and actually create a second user. So we're going to create an admin user and then secure some APIs. Alright, so right within IntelliJ, right here inside of our user detail service, let's go ahead and create another user. So simply use the user and then dot and then builder and username. So let's give this as Linda, and the password. So let's define a password. For now, let's simply use password encoder.encode, and let's go ahead and simply say password 123. So obviously your users will have a much stronger password than these ones, and you also should enforce a strong password for your users to better protect your applications. So now let's go ahead and simply say dot and then roles, and then for the roles let's go ahead and simply say that she's an admin, just like that, and then dot build. There we go. Extract this to a variable, Linda, and then user. And finally, what we need to do is simply pass Linda right here. So Linda and then user. So there we go. Now we have a student right here, which has a role of student. And then we have Linda, which has a role of admin. So right here, so you can see that we have this role admin, and then we also have this one right here, student. Next, let's go ahead and refactor things a bit so that we can have these authorities, so right here, or simply permissions. So far we have two users. We have Anna Smith and we have Linda. Anna Smith, she is a student, so she's got the role of student, and Linda, she's got a role of admin. So previously I said that we can attach permissions to roles, and in this scenario you can see that this student right here has a set of permissions, and the same for the role admin. So this role right here has some set of permissions. So the cool thing about permissions and roles, or actually roles, is that you can assign more than one role to a user, right? So let's say that while she's a student, she also works for, the university, and she also becomes an admin. So you can do that this way. So you can assign multiple roles to a user. So we're not doing this just yet, but just so you know that you can do it. So right here also you can see that this student right here has a set of permissions. So I think that in our model we're not going to attach any permission to a student. So let's go ahead and remove this, and I think this is what we're going to go with for now. And if we need to make changes, will be very trivial because they will follow the same interface. Now let's go back to IntelliJ, and right here remember that we have this user right here. So this is Anna Smith, she's a student, and we also have Linda right here, and she's an admin. So let's go ahead and define an enum that will represent roles in our application. So go back to IntelliJ, and inside of the security package, create a new class, and right here simply say application, and then user, and then role, and this will be an enum. And right here let's define student and also admin, just like that. Now you can see that we can attach 0 or more permissions to a role. So let's also model that with an enum. So go ahead and create new enum. So right here enum, and this time go ahead and simply name it as application, user, and then permission, just like that, and then press enter. And I've got a typo, just let me fix that, just like that, and I'm good to go. Now let's go ahead and inside here, so previously I've showed you the set of permissions, but let me actually show you again. So if I go back to the diagrams, and right here you can see that this role admin has 4 permissions. So student read, courses write, student write, and courses read. And previously I've showed you that a student can have also some permissions, but we're not going with this model right here for now, but we will implement it with admin. So right here admin will have 4 permissions. So you can see that the way we define these is student and then column read. And to be honest, this is subjective, how you want to implement the permissions, right? How you want to use them throughout your code base. But in my opinion, I think this is a very nice way where you define the model, and then what the actual permission, so whether it's read or write. Read means that you can only read, and write means that you can, for example, you can insert a new object, you can delete, and basically you have more privileges, right? So let's go ahead and define these with our enum. So right here, let's go ahead and define student and then read, and inside we will represent this as student column and then read. Let's do the same for student write, student and then write. The same with course and then read. And finally course underscore write, and this will be course and this column actually, and then write. There we go. Now we have an error, and that's because we need to define private final, and then this will be a string permission. There we go. And let's add this to constructor and then refactor, and I've got a typo right here in permission, so let me actually rename all of that. So there we go. So also let's define a getter, and you can see that now we have a set of permissions. Now let's actually, so right here, so we're going to attach the permissions to a row. So in our previous example, so actually here, we said that a role can have 0 or many permissions. So let's go ahead and model that. So what I'm going to do is actually add a new dependency. So open up pom.xml, and after Spring Boot Starter Security, go ahead and add a new dependency, and right here simply say com dot and then google dot and then guava. And for the artifact, simply say guava. And then for the version, so we need to define a version right here, just like that, and then simply say 28, so 28, and then .1 and then -Jerry. So this will just give us some helper methods that will be really useful. Now go back to the actual application user role, and right here what we're going to do is actually define the actual permissions. So private and then final, and this will be a set because they must be unique. And right here simply say application user and then permission, and then simply say permissions. Add this to constructor just like that, and there we go. So now for a student, remember we said no permissions. So right here what I'm going to do is simply say sets dot new hash set, and this will be empty, and you can see that this is guava. Now for the admin, go ahead and simply say sets dot and then new hash set, and right here remember we said we will have all these 4 permissions: student read, write, student student read and write, and course write and read. So let's go ahead and add those inside of this set. So application user and then right here. So let me actually have a static import for this. There we go. And now I can say course read and then course write, and then we'll have student read, and finally student and then write. And there we go. So we've actually managed to model all of this with enums. So let me actually go ahead and have the actual getter right here, so for getting the actual set of permissions. And yeah, so we actually have this student role right here, right? And we have admin, so admin has 4 permissions and student has 0 permissions. Next, let's go ahead and attach these to our users. So open up the application security config, and right here, so roles for Anna Smith, let's actually use the enum, right? So application user role dot and then she's a student dot and then name, and let's have a static import right here, And let's do the same for admin right here. So admin, or actually application user role dot and then admin dot name, and this will be a static import as well. And there we go. Next, let's go ahead and learn exactly how we are going to use roles to secure API endpoints. So this one right here, API v1/students. All right, let's go ahead and secure this API resource right here to only be allowed by students. So go ahead and start your server. So we've had a couple of changes, and just to make sure everything is working fine, you can see that we have no errors. Now go ahead and open up Postman, and right here, let's go ahead and hit this endpoint localhost 8080 API v1 students, and then let's get student 2. So right here, the username, let's go ahead and use Anna and then Smith, and the password was password. So let me actually show. And for the authorization type, select basic auth. So right here, so we are using still basic auth right here. So with that in place, go ahead and simply send the request, and you can see that we have Maria Jones. So also I can go ahead and change this to 3, and now we get Anna Smith profile. So she's the user Anna Smith, and she can access this resource right here and get her profile. Now this API is only meant to be used by students. So if I go ahead and change this to Linda and then password 123, so right here, so password 123 for Linda, and then send, you can see that Linda also can access this resource. So we shouldn't be mixing resources which are meant only for students and resources which are meant only for admins. Resources meaning APIs, right? So if you want to have an API specific for admin users, then you should be creating a separate resource. For example, admin and then / and then v1, something like that, right? So currently Linda can access this API, but we don't want to allow that. So let's go ahead and pretty much protect this API with role-based authentication. So let's go back to IntelliJ, and if I scroll to the top and also put this full screen. So right here, you can see that the first thing that we are doing inside of this configure method is to authorize requests, and then we are using ant matchers. So here what we are saying is for these patterns, we are going to permit all. So let me put this on the same line. Next, we can go ahead and define a second ant matcher, and right here I'm going to say /API /**, and this will match. So this will match this. So /API and then anything, right? So let me go back. So right here, what I'm going to do is for this pattern right here, I'm going to say dot and then has role. So you can see there has role, and the role that we want is not that one. Oops. So if I delete that, so we want application user role dot and then student dot and then name. So this takes a string. So oops, that shouldn't end with semicolon. And now you can see that this ant matcher will protect this API. So anything that has to do with API for students to be accessed by students right here. So with the role of student. So basically as it stands, so if I show you the diagram, so Anna Smith and Linda can both access the API right here. So what we want to do is to remove Linda from accessing this API and only Anna Smith. So let's now go ahead and test this. So if I restart the server, there we go. And if I open up Postman, so previously you can see that Linda was able to access this API. Now, if I send the same request, you can see that now she's getting a 403 status code and the error is forbidden. So we are using role-based authentication to protect our APIs. So if I now change this from Linda to Anna and then Smith, and the password is just password, send, you can see that Anna can access this API. So we still have another issue to tackle later on, and that is Anna at the moment, she can access, for example, Maria Jones and also James Bond details, right? And we only want to allow her to access her details, but we will tackle this later on. But for now, you can see that we are using role-based authentication to protect our API. So right here, so only Anna Smith with role student is able to access this API, and Linda, she's forbidden from accessing. And this is the power of role-based authentication. So we've covered role-based authentication, but we also can use permission-based authentication, right? So right here we have a set of permissions, and we can also say that you are only allowed to access this resource if you have this permission. And that's what we're going to learn next. All right, so previously we protected our API with role-based authentication. Now let's go ahead and focus on permission-based authentication. So right here, so this is what we've done previously. Now we will focus on this part right here. So this is, so if I get this right, so this is permission-based authentication. So currently we have this role admin and it's assigned to Linda. And we are going to create a second role called admin trainee. And basically they will be able to access this API right here. So management/API v1 and then students. So the difference here is that Linda, she will be able to read and write on this API, but Tom, because he's a trainee, he will only be able to read students from this API. So let's go ahead and first create the user and then define the actual API. So go back to IntelliJ, and right here, let's go ahead and duplicate this. And this will be Tom. So Tom user, this will be Tom. The password, you can leave it as password 123. And then right here, so instead of admin, let's go ahead and create a second row. And let me have a comma right here. And right here, this will be admin and then Trey and then knee. So right here in the actual permissions, so we said that Tom will only be able to read from this API. So right here, let's go ahead and remove the student write and also course and then write. There we go. So as you can see, this role right here, admin trainee, doesn't have as many permissions as someone which has this role called admin. So let's go back to the actual configuration, and right here let's simply say admin and then trainee. So this is Tom, and basically this will be this. So I'm going to explain this in a second, why I put role underscore and then admin trainee in a second. So finally, let's go ahead and simply pass Tom right here. So Tom user, and there we go. Next, let's go ahead and define this API right here. So management/API v1 and then students. All right, so within IntelliJ, let's go ahead and inside the student package, create a new class. And right here, simply call it student management and then controller. And right here, let's go ahead and open up student controller. So we're going to steal some code. So let's grab all of this, go back, paste that in. And right here, instead of API v1 students, this will be management / API v1 and then students. Now let's go ahead and go back to student controller. And for now, let's simply grab this list right here, and we're going to refactor things later on. But for now, let's just go ahead and keep things simple and paste the exact same list right here. Now let's go ahead and define 4 methods that both Linda and Tom will be able to access. But obviously Linda will be able to access more resources or more APIs than Tom, because Tom only has the read privilege or read permission. So right here, let's go ahead and first define a method to get all students. So public and then list, and this will be student, and then get all and then students. And right here, let's simply go ahead and return students. There we go. Next, let's go ahead and define another method. So public and then void, and this will insert a new student. So insert new, or actually not insert, let's go ahead and simply say register new and then student. There we go. And inside you can say that this will take a student, or actually will receive a student. So student, just like that. For now, let's simply go ahead and simply say south and then student. Next, let's go ahead and define, so if I put this full screen, let's go ahead and define another method. So public and then void delete and then student, and this will take the actual integer ID. Or actually, let me name this as student and then ID, just like that. And for now, let's also define or actually print student ID. So we're not going to do any logic here, because I just want to show you exactly how to secure your RESTful APIs. But if you want to learn all about this, go ahead and check my website for free courses where I teach all of this. So finally, let's go ahead and have a final method. So public and then void, and this will be update and then student. And obviously this will receive the actual student ID. So student ID and then the actual student. So this is the actual student to update, right? So there we go. Now let's go ahead and simply say south, and then right here we're going to print the student ID. So actually string dot format and %s and then %s and then student ID, and let's also pass student, just like that. So obviously now we need to actually define these as RESTful APIs, right? Because right now these are simply plain Java methods. So to tell Spring that this must be a GET request, right? You should be annotating this with @ and then GET mapping. Next, for registering a new student, this will be a post. So we are adding a new resource into our system. And then the way that we get the student from the request body is simply by annotating this with @ and then request and then body, just like that. Next, to delete a student, what we're going to do is simply say @ and then delete mapping, and inside what we're going to have is simply a path, and within the path what we're going to receive is the student and an ID, right? And the way that we map the path, so the actual student ID that comes from the path, is simply by saying @ and then path variable, and then this will be student ID, just like that. And we have to do the same for, so right here, so for update, so this will be @ and then put and then mapping, and we're going to receive the actual student ID right here. So let's just steal this. There we go. There we go. And right here at, and then request body, and then student. And now we have an API that we can secure. And there we go. Next, let's go ahead and test this API with Postman. Alright, so before we test this, I've actually spotted that I didn't use student ID right here. So now let's go ahead and test this API. So go ahead and restart the application. And while that's up and running, let's go ahead and open up Postman. So right here for the request, so let's perform a GET request to localhost API and then v1 students. And right here, so this will be management API, remember, so right here, so management API v1 and then students. And for the authorization, let's use basic auth, that's what we are using. And let's use for now Anna, or actually let's use Linda, right, because this is for Linda and Tom. So Linda's password is 123. So now if I go ahead and send, you can see that we have all the students. So the same with Tom. So let me try with Tom. So Tom, and this is password, send, and it's unauthorized, and I think the password is the same as Linda. So send, and of course there we go. So now let's go ahead and try to post a new student. So right here, let's grab this JSON payload, and in the actual body, let's go ahead and say that this will be raw, and then this will be JSON. So right here, so let's actually get rid of that. So IDs should be generated by the actual server and not the client. So right here, let's simply go ahead and say Alex and then Gomez. So just let me tell you that this will fail, right? So go ahead and go ahead and try to send this request, and you can see that we have a 403 forbidden. Now we will learn how this is failing, and this is actually Spring security doing the right thing, right? It's actually securing our API. So the same with, let's say, put, right? So if I go ahead and try and put, and then simply say 1 right here, because that expects 1. So let me show you. So right here, student management controller. So right here, so the actual, so if I put this full screen, so the put mapping right here requires the student ID and then the actual student, right? So right here, this is what I'm doing. If I send this, you can see that it's also forbidden. Now, as I said, I'm going to explain this in detail in the next section, but for now, go ahead and open up application security config, scroll up, and right here, so inside of the configure method, go ahead and say dot and then CSRF and then dot disable. And let me just add a to do here. So to do, and then I will teach this in detail in the next section, just like that. So now restart the server, and again, I'm going to explain this because this is really important and fundamental, and you must know exactly how this works. So for now, just ignore it at this line and go back to Postman, and let's try to send a put request. And now if I send, you can see that we have a 200 status code. Let's go ahead and try to delete. So delete will be the same, so delete and then 1. And let's go ahead, and we actually don't need to pass anything right here. So let's go ahead and simply say send 200 right here. And now let's cut. And finally, let's go ahead and try to post, because that failed previously, and that will take Alex Gomez. So let's go ahead and simply say send and you can see that 200. So both post, delete, put, and get methods are working. Now let's go back to IntelliJ and watch the console. So right here, so you can see that we have 1 and then 1, and basically this is not really intuitive. So what I'm going to do is actually add another system.outprint line, so south, and this will be the name of the method. So just like that, and let me grab that and then put it here. So delete. So I want you to see that this is actually working properly. And finally this will be so south, and this is update. There we go. And this is actually get all students, so south, and then get that, and then paste that in. And also you can see that we have this random number right here. So go ahead and open up student, and inside let's go ahead and override it to string method, and actually not like that. So I'm going to press Control and then enter to string, and you can see that that selects all the variables that we have. Okay, and there we go. Now if I restart, and I'm going to open this up and go back to Postman, let's go ahead and perform a get request. So Tom is actually issuing the get request, send. You can see that's working. Let's go ahead and send a post. So I'm just selecting from this list, send. You can see 200. Let's go ahead and put 200, and finally delete, and there we go, 200. Now go back to IntelliJ, and you can see that we have get all students was invoked, and then register new student, and this was the actual payload. So see right here, ID null, and then student name Alex Gomez, and then update student. So we wanted to update Alex, which has the ID of 1, and then this was the actual payload right here. And then we wanted to delete the student with an ID of 1 right here. So obviously this is like a dummy API, but you get the idea. So as I said right here, so let me just actually mention it again. So this line right here, go ahead and add it, because Spring Security by default is trying to protect our API, but this you will learn in the next section. So just bear in mind that this is very important that you understand how it works, and I'm going to make it very easy for you to understand. So now that we have an API up and running, let's go ahead and implement the permission-based authentication. Alright, so let's go ahead and implement permission-based authentication. So Linda will have the ability to read and write, but Tom will only be able to read. So it means that in our API, so Student Management Controller, Tom will only have the ability to get all students. So registering a new student, deleting a new student, and updating a new student, only Linda can do it because she has the right permission right here. So to implement permission-based authentication, let's go ahead and open up Application Security Config, and there are two ways that we can do it. So I'm going to show you using ant matchers, but then I'm going to show you also with some annotations in the actual methods, which is my preferred way. So right here, what you can do is simply say ant matcher. So we will add another ant matcher, and the actual pattern will be so management and then /API / and then **. So what I want you to see right here, so we are actually saying / right here. So this is anything that starts with management /API and then anything. So inside of this ant matchers, we can have as the first argument an HTTP method. So right here I can say that this will be a delete method and then comma, And then right here, we have to say dot and has, and then authority. So this is the actual permission. Remember, I said that authority is pretty much the same as permission. So the permission that we want is application and then user permission dot, and then we want anyone that has course and then right, and this will be name. And let me actually have this as static import, and there we go. So we can go ahead and duplicate all of this. So this will be post, and this will be put. And then finally, what we're going to do is simply say dot and then ant and then matchers. And I'm going to grab this. So right here, I'm going to grab this and then put it here, actually within quotes, and then dot has, and then any role. And then the roles are application user role dot and then admin, or application user role dot and then admin trainee. So obviously we need get name here, or actually just name, and the same with admin dot and then name. And finally, we can also add the actual get method right here. So there we go. So as you can see, we now have these 4 matchers, and we are using has authorities instead of has roles. So currently, if we navigate to user detail service, so our users, they are role aware. So you can see that we are defining the roles right here. So roles, and roles. So they don't know anything about permissions or authorities. And that's what I'm going to teach you next. All right, so go ahead and click on roles. So roles, I'm going to press command and then go into roles. So inside of this builder right here, you can see that it builds a list of granted authorities. So the special thing here is that when we add the roles into this authorities right here, so this authorities, which is a list of granted authorities, you can see that this builder appends the role underscore, so role underscore, and then the actual role. So that's why if I go back, so right here, that's why I've mentioned that this will be role underscore and then student, the same with admin and the same with trainee. So this means that if I open up roles, so right here, so you can see that all we need is this simple granted authority right here. And for a role, so if we want to use role-based authentication, we pre-append the role underscore. If we want permissions, we simply pass the permission as is. So let me actually show you what I mean. So if I go back, and inside of this user details, you can see that this is an interface. So we will implement this interface in a second, but for now you can see that there is no concept of roles and permissions. So everything is bundled inside of this collection, so get authorities, and this has to extend granted authority. So anything that goes in here has to extend granted authority. And you can see that we have the password, username, and some other booleans right here, which I'm going to explain later on. So for now, let's go ahead and comment these lines. So right here, so roles, and then roles right here. So let's go ahead and simply say dot, and then you can see that we have authorities, right? So we can pass a string, the actual granted authority, or a collection. So just let me show you the actual implementation first. So right here, so granted authorities. So this granted authorities simply calls this granted authorities, and this is simply so basically it takes your collection, right, and then it builds a new array list. So it means that we have to build the roles ourselves. So let's go back and let's open. So we're going to open the application user permission. So right here, the application user role, and inside where we have the permission. So what we're going to do here is go ahead and simply say public and then set. And right here, let's go ahead and simply say granted and then authority. And I'm going to say get and then granted authorities. And now what I'm going to do here is simply say get permissions dot and then stream. And on a new line, I'm going to say dot map, and this will be the permission. And I'm going to map this to new and then granted authority. Oh, actually not granted authority. So let me just show you exactly. So granted authority is an interface, and you can see the actual implementation. So just granted authority, simple granted authority, and switch user granted authority. So let's implement this simple granted authority. So right here, new and then simple granted authority. And you can see that this takes a role. So right here, let's simply go ahead and say permission. And finally, simply say dot and then collect is to set. And right here, we have to say dot and then get permission. So this is the actual string. So get permission, remember, is this bit right here, which is this. So let me go back and put this full screen. Now let's go ahead and simply extract this to a variable and simply say permissions. And what I'm going to do here is simply say permissions dot and then add new and then simple granted authority. And right here, I'm going to say role underscore and then plus, and guess what? This dot and then name. So this is the actual role. So let me end that with semicolon, and finally simply return and then permissions. And we have an error, and this is saying that we actually returning the wrong type. So obviously, so this should be simple granted authority, just like that. So now let's go back to application security config. And now right here inside where we say authorities, we can simply say, so let's go ahead and say student and then dot and then get granted authorities. And you can see that this works. So now let's do the same with Linda user. So dot and then authorities. And then this will be admin dot and then get granted authorities. And let's do the same with Tom. So authorities, or actually dot and then authorities, and then admin trainee dot get granted authorities. So what I'm going to do now is, before we actually test this, let me actually add a breakpoint right here, because I want you to see exactly what I'm doing. So what I'm going to do is simply stop the server, and I'm going to debug this. So there we go. So I had previously a breakpoint here and there. Let me just remove those, and also right here, continue, and there we go. So now I want you to see this. So actually I can show you right here. So if I expand this, and you can see that we have Anna Smith, Linda, and Tom. So let's actually look at these values. So right here, so you can see that we have the password, username, and then authorities. You can see that we have the role. So remember, so Anna, she's a student, she doesn't have any permissions, remember. So right here you can see that she only has one role, and it's role underscore student. So next, let's look at Linda. So she has 5 authorities, and you can see that the authorities are role admin. So she's an admin, and then she has the set of permissions. So course read, write, student read, and student write. So the same for Tom. So let's look at Tom. Tom has 3 authorities, and this is the actual role. So role underscore admin trainee, and then 2 permissions. So course read and student read. So there we go. So now we have attached the correct authorities to our users, and now we are good to go to use permission based authentication. Let's go ahead next, test these and matches right here that we defined previously. All right, let's go ahead and test these and matchers. So these and matchers are for this diagram. So Linda has access for reading and writing, whereas Tom can only read. And the only API that Tom can access is anything that has this pattern, and it must be a get method. Also right here where we have has authorities, so this should be get and then permission. So right here, get permission. So get permission right there. And for role should be the actual name, right? So we could actually say, you know, get role to follow the same pattern, but you get the point. So now let's go ahead and restart the server. And let's go ahead and test things out. So Tom, so remember, Tom is only able to read, and Linda can perform all the operations inside of our API. So Tom, let's go ahead and send a get request. There we go. You can see that works. Let's change this to Linda. Send. It also works. Now with Linda, let's go ahead and send a post request. Inside of the body, add anything. So student name and then whatever name you want to add. So in my case, Alex Gomez, and then send. You can see that we have a 200. Let's go ahead and delete. So delete and then any number. So delete and then send. You can see that works. And finally, let's go ahead and update. So put and then send. You can see that also works. Now let's go ahead to authorization and change from Linda to Tom. So let's start with post. So post and then body, make sure you send a payload, send, and ta-da, you can see that. So right here, the request was forbidden. Let's also try put, send. You can see that it's forbidden. And let's finally try to delete. There we go. And then send. And you can see that all of them were forbidden apart from fetching students. And we've managed to achieve all of this. So hopefully now you can see the power of Spring Security and what it can do for you. So if you have any questions of what we did with permission-based authentication, go ahead and drop me a message. Next, I want to teach you something really important. So right here. So I want to teach you something important to do with the way that these matchers are processed. Alright, so before we move on to the next section, I just want to talk to you exactly how you should be defining these ANT matchers. Now, right here, so you can see that I'm defining these matchers, and the order that I define these match and the actual order that I define these matches does really matter. So as it stands, I could actually do this. So right here, I could remove get, and basically if I restart the server and go to Postman, so Tom, let's go ahead and try to delete, send. You can see that it's forbidden. Now, the reason why I don't need to add the get method here is because it goes through the matches one by one. So, Tom, can you access any of these? Yes. Are you a student accessing the API? No. Are you accessing the manage API? Yes. Do you have course write permission? No. And then it blocks it immediately. So right here, you can see that if I take this line and then put it right here. So let me put it right here. So right here, you can see that this is the first thing that happens. Now, if I restart the server and then go back and then send the request, you can see that now we have a 200, right? So this means that the order that we add these matches does really matter, and you have to be really careful when defining these matches. So really what I want to stress out in this video is that the order that you define these AND matches does matter. Next, let's go ahead and learn how we're going to have the same role-based authentication but with annotations inside of these methods right here. So the same way that we have at get mapping, we can also have an annotation that will secure this specific method. So to use permission-based authentication on a method level with annotations, we have to use this annotation right here, at, and then pre, and then authorize right here. So this pre-authorize takes a string, and right here we can say things such as has role, has any role, has authority, and has any authority. So let me actually write these out, these down for you. So right here. So there we go. So has role, has any role, has authority, and has any authority. So let's go ahead right here and simply say has and then role. So basically right here, remember, so right here we have, so if I put this full screen, so we have for the actual get method, so has any role. So right here, so as, or actually any, and then role, and then we have to pass the actual roles. So role and then admin, comma, role and then admin, and then trainee, just like that. So for the registering new student right here, let's go ahead and simply say at, and then pre-authorized, and then inside, so let's go ahead and say has, and then authority, and then this will be, so guess what, student, and then right. So let's actually copy this. So I'm going to copy student right, and then, or actually I'm going to copy this entire line because this will be the same for the delete mapping and the same for put mapping right here. And basically we are now replacing all of these. So all of these 4 AND matches, so these ones right here, so all of these 4 with annotations. So I'm going to comment this out and I'm going to leave it here so that you can refer to it whenever you need it. Now we have these annotations right here at pre-authorized with has authority, and right here with has any role. And in fact, I'm missing actually some quotes right here, so single quotes on either side like that. So this is like an array, so one element and then the second element. So we have these annotations right here, so pre-authorized with some conditions inside, but we have to tell our configuration that we want to use these annotations for permission or role-based authentication. So the way we do it is inside of the configuration, so application security config, go to the very top right here, and we need to say add and then enable global method security, and then inside right here simply say pre and then post enabled, and you can see that the default is false, and we're going to toggle that to true. Now let's go ahead and start our server. There we go, up and running. So let's actually test the same API with Tom and Linda. So remember Tom, so let's go ahead and try and get, so everyone. So Tom should be able to get all students. So if I send, there we go, indeed it's working. Now let's go ahead and try to add a new student. Send, you can see forbidden. Let's go ahead and delete. So we have to have / and then a number there. Send, forbidden, and finally put. So put, send, and make sure you have a payload right here. And you can see that all three methods, so post, delete, and put, fail for Tom. Now let's change this from Tom to Linda. So Linda, let's try to send a put request. You can see that works, so 200. Let's go ahead and try and send a delete. There we go, you can see 200. And finally, let's go ahead and try and send a post. So without 2 there, send, and you can see that it's working right here. So we have some logging right here, and you can see that it is working for Linda. And this is how we use @preauthorized to control what roles or permissions can access your resources. So I'll leave up to you to decide which one you prefer, but there are scenarios where pre-authorized might be more sensible, or by defining these ANT matches right here. So if you have any questions on this, go ahead and drop me a message. Otherwise, let's move on to another topic. Alright, let's go ahead and tackle this to-do right here, which I had previously. So I said that I was going to teach you in detail what this means. So CSRF.disable, but in general, what CSRF is. So CSRF stands for cross-site request forgery. And forgery means an action of forging a copy or imitation of a document, signature, banknote, or whatever it might be. So in this example right here, we have an attacker, and this attacker wants to forge a request to take money from this user right here. So this logged in user, which is using is internet banking, for example. So the attacker wants to take money from the logged in user into his account. So the way it works is that the attacker forges a request, and inside of that request, he embeds a request into a hyperlink. So this is, for example, a link that if someone clicks on it, it sends money from the logged in user into the attacker. If the attacker manages to send this logged in user into a malicious website, then the logged in user is in real trouble, because when the logged in user clicks on the link embedded by the attacker, then it pretty much just sends the request into the real server that takes money from the logged in user into this attacker's bank account details. So the way that Spring Security protects us from this kind of attack is by enabling cross-site request forgery, which we have disabled right here. So when it's enabled, what happens is this. So the front end, right? So this is the client, right? So the client, so when the client logs in into our server, Spring Security sends a cross-site request forgery token into a cookie. And then the front end uses that token for any form submission. So form submissions usually are post, put, or delete. And then the server validates that token to see whether it matches what the server had sent previously. So when CSRF token is enabled, there is no way for this attacker right here to know what was the original token that the server had generated for a particular client. And with this, problem solved. So let me go back to IntelliJ and right here. So let's comment this line out, right? So we're going to enable cross-site request forgery. So if I restart the server, there we go. And if I open a Postman, so right here, so remember before Linda was able to post requests. So if I now try and let's actually first send a GET request. So let's send a GET request. There we go. So you can see that this works. But now if I go ahead and send a post request and inside of the body, so let me actually grab this student and this will be raw and then JSON right here. So that will be empty. So if I now try and send this payload right here, so I'm going to send this payload, you can see that Linda, she's forbidden from performing this request. So Spring Boot Security is doing its work. So basically, so right here, so the client is logged in with basic auth, then the server sends the actual CSRF token, right? So we actually haven't got this part yet, but I'm going to show you exactly how to do it. But now when the front end sends the actual form, i.e. post, put, or delete, this bit kicks in. So the validation kicks in, and because we haven't sent any token, the request is rejected. So if I go back to IntelliJ and let me uncomment this again and restart the server, there we go. Now if I send the request again, you can see that now we get a status code of 200. Now it works. So when should you enable cross-site request forgery? So on the actual official documentation, it says that the recommendation is to use CSRF protection for any request that could be processed by a browser by normal users. So if you are only creating a service which is used by non-browser clients, you likely want to disable cross-site request forgery, which is what we have done with this line right here. So in fact, I can uncomment this or actually remove this to do because we are learning about this. So next, let's go ahead and learn exactly how to send the actual token. So this token right here. So right here. So when the client logs in, how do we see this token right here so that the client can use it to send it back to our server? All right, let's go ahead and learn how to generate this token to our front end. So what we need to do first is to actually enable cross-site request forgery. So right here, what I want to do for now is simply delete this line. We're going to add it because we need to configure this. But for now, just go ahead and delete that line because I want to show you something first. And also let's go ahead and delete all of these ANT matches because we are using annotations, and you can also get the source code from the previous branch. Now, go ahead and restart the server. And go to Postman And right here, let's go ahead and send a GET request. So Linda, she's accessing management API, and you can see the password is password123. Now, let me go ahead and send this request, and you can see that we have a 200 status code. So this is fine. So if you are using Postman like me, go ahead and click on this icon, which is the Postman Interceptor. So I'm going to click on it and then simply enable. And basically this allows us to use browser cookies and use all headers inside of Postman. So let me go ahead and install. And I'm going to add it to Chrome. There we go. Now, if I go back, I think it should have installed. There we go. So this is now installed. So if I send the request again and then go to cookies, you can see that now we have some cookies. So let me actually remove it. So send. Oops, I think what we need to do is actually let me clear everything. So let me clear those requests and this one as well. So I just want you to see exactly what I'm doing. So let me clear everything. So don't save, and this will be localhost and then management. And if I send, you can see that we have 0 cookies, right? But as soon as we enable this interceptor, and now let's go ahead and send the same request, now we have some cookies. And I'm going to grab the actual token right here. So this is the token. So I want to press Command C. And then now let's go ahead and send a post request. So post, and then in the actual body. So right here. So let me scroll up. So in the actual body right here, go ahead and simply say raw. And then this will be JSON. And right here, student and then name, and Alex and then Gomez. And now go ahead and navigate to headers and go ahead and add the following. So X, well, actually all caps, so X and then dash XSRF dash and then token. So this is the actual header that Spring Security is expecting. So actually, let me go ahead and just send this request as is. So if I send the request, you can see that we get forbidden. Now, if I add the header and then paste the actual token, so this was a token. And now if I send, you can see that we have a 200. And this is cross-site request forgery with Spring Security. So obviously we are passing the actual token right here within Postman, but this, for example, if you are using React or Angular, you need to implement the logic to get the actual token from the header as we did right here. So remember, if I send the GET request and then cookies, you can see that you can grab the header. So XSRF token, and then when you perform the actual post request, you simply pass it and then you pass the actual token. Next, let's go ahead and learn how this token is actually generated within Spring Security. All right, let's go ahead and learn how these tokens are generated. So let's go back to IntelliJ, and right here, let me actually revert the cross-site request forgery.disable. And now what I'm going to do is actually remove that, and we're going to configure it. So with cross-site request forgery, there is a method called CSRF token repository. So go ahead and select it, and then inside I'm going to say cookies CSRF token repository with HTTP only false. And then right here, I'm going to say dot and then and. So right here, this is simply configuring how we are. So right here, this is simply setting up the actual repository. So how the tokens are generated. So by default, Spring Security is doing that for us. but we can add some extra settings. So right here, you can see that we are passing with HTTP only false. So what this line right here means, it means that the cookie will be inaccessible to client-side scripts. So if the client tries to access the cookies with some JavaScript, then it won't be able to do so. Now, if I go back, let me just go back and let me collapse this. So go ahead and click on Cookies CRF Token Repository. And I just want you to see the actual implementation. So right here, simply scroll down and you can see that this is the actual header. So this is what we have defined right here. So this is the actual header, remember? So right here, if I scroll down, you can see that you have a save token, right? Which generates a brand new token and then creates a cookie, sets the security, and then, sets the path. And you can see that it's setting like the max age. And right here, it simply adds a cookie to the actual response, right? So this is this bit right here. So we are getting the actual cookie right here because of this implementation. The same with load token. It loads the cookie if there is any. And you've got some other methods right here. So basically, go ahead and read this class to get a full understanding of how this works. And finally, another class that I want to show you is this one. So go ahead and press Command N and then search for CSRF and then filter. So this one from Spring Framework Security, so the very first one. So go ahead and click on it, and basically right here, so this class right here, it's a filter that runs. So if I scroll up, it runs once per request. So basically you can see that there is this filter called do filter internally. And right here, you can see that the implementation is very simple. So it sets some attributes, then it tries to grab the token, right? So this is grabbing the token. And then if it's missing, it generates a brand new token and then saves it to the repository. And then right here, it checks whether we need to actually check the token based on the request, i.e. if the request is a post, put, or delete. If so, then we actually try to get the actual token right here, and then we compare the tokens, right? And then right here, you can see that if the token is missing, we get access denied. And also if the tokens are not the same, you can see that we have invalid token found. And this is all for this video. So if you have any questions, go ahead and drop me a message. Otherwise, let's move on. Alright, by now you should know how the cross-site request filter works, right? And also how the token repository is implemented. So I think that now you have a clear understanding of what is cross-site request forgery. And also you should know when to use it, right? So let me actually remind you. So the recommendation is to use this protection for any request that could be processed by a browser by normal users. If you are only creating a service that is used by non-browsers clients, then you likely want to disable it. And that's what I'm going to do because I'm using Postman and this is not relevant to me. But obviously, if I'm submitting forms from any client to my server, I will definitely use this. And you now know how to use it. But throughout this course, I'm going to be using Postman. And because I don't want to generate this token or actually, pass the token inside of my headers all the time because this changes, I'm going to simply disable it. Right, so I'm going to comment this and that as well, and then cross-site request, or actually dot, and then cross-site request forgery dot, and then disable. So as I said, if you have any questions, go ahead and drop me a message and I'll be more than happy to assist. So far throughout this course, we've been using Basic Auth. And just to recap once more what Basic Auth means. So with Basic Authentication, we have to include the authorization header in every single request. If you are planning on using this, HTTPS is recommended. And to be honest, Basic Auth is really simple and very fast. So one of the disadvantages of Basic Auth is that you cannot log out. So right here, so this is what we've been doing throughout this course, where the client sends a request, it might receive a 401 saying unauthorized, and what the client does, it simply attaches the authorization in the header, and then it sends the username and password as base64, and then if the server recognizes those credentials, it just sends a 200 status code with whatever the client has requested for. So in this section, let's go ahead and switch from basic authentication to form-based authentication. So right here, so let me make this smaller. So with form-based authentication, as I've mentioned before, so this is widely used throughout the internet, and this is what you tend to see all over the shop, where you have to specify the username and password. It's the standard in most websites. It uses forms, and the cool thing here is that you have full control on how you want to style your form. And you can log out, that's a good thing. And also HTTPS is recommended. So the way it works is the client sends a post request with username and password. The server validates those credentials, and then it sends a 200 status code along with a cookie. So in this cookie, the session ID is attached to the response. And then any subsequent request from the client doesn't have to send the username and password, but it sends the actual session ID. And then for each request, the server validates whether the session ID is still valid. If I'm not mistaken, the session ID is valid for about 30 minutes. And then if everything is fine, then the server sends a 200 status code with whatever the client has requested. So let's go ahead and switch from basic authentication, so basic authentication, to form-based authentication. Alright, so before we switch from basic authentication to form-based authentication, let me go ahead and show you once more what Basic Auth looks like. So let me go ahead and open up Chrome, and right here, go ahead and simply try to access management and then API and then v1 and then students, and then enter. And now you can see that we get this pop-up where we have to specify the credentials. So Linda and then password. And what was the password again for Linda? So Linda was password 123. So password 123, sign in, and there we go. So now we get this JSON array right here. Now let's go ahead and switch from basic authentication to form-based authentication. And right here, so instead of saying and then HTTP basic, what we're going to do is simply say and then form login. And it's that simple. Now, you might have seen this at the very beginning of this course, but at that time, I didn't actually explain to you what form-based authentication was. So let me go ahead and restart the server. There we go. If I go back to Chrome, and now if I refresh this page, and there we go. So you can see that form-based authentication has kicked in. Now let me go ahead and simply say Linda and then password. Or actually, let's use Anna Smith. So Anna Smith. So she is a student, Anna, and then Smith. And right here, the password is password. So let's just confirm again. So Anna Smith right here, and the password is password. Now, if I sign in, you can see that we are getting a forbidden because she can't access the management API because she's a student. So that's a good thing. Let me remove that. And then API v1 students. And then here she can access, for example, 3, enter. And you can see that she's getting her account details. So student name, Anna Smith. So there we go. This is how you enable form-based authentication. Next, let me go ahead and show you this part right here. So we actually have the credentials validated by Spring Security. Next, let me go ahead and show you where you can find this cookie right here with the session ID, because now I can go ahead and simply perform another request. So 1 and then enter, and you can see that it's working. I don't have to specify the username and password again. So let me go ahead and show you exactly where this session ID is. All right, so I'm using Chrome, and this should be the exact same process if you're using, for example, Safari, Opera, or any other web browser. So currently we are logged into our system. So I can refresh this page and you can see that I'm authenticated. Now, what I'm going to do is right click and then go to inspect. And then right here, I'm going to go to application. So what I want you to see is within applications, you have this storage section right here, and then you have cookies. And you can see that I've got the cookies for my application, localhost 8080. So right here, so what I want to show you is what we have in here. So basically, you can see that we have a cookie, JSession ID, and then this is the actual value, right? So this is the value for our session. And as I mentioned before, the default expiration time for this session is about 30 minutes. So the way this session works, if I go back to the actual diagram, so I've mentioned before, so we actually perform the post request, passing the username and password, the server validates the credentials, sends a 200 status code, including the actual session ID right here. So this session ID, right? So the session ID is stored in some kind of a database right here. So what I'm going to do now is actually go to IntelliJ and then restart the server. And there we go. Now if I go back, so remember before this session ID right here ended in 3AF0. Now if I refresh the web browser, you can see that I've lost my session, right? And this is because, so right here, so this is actually using an in-memory database. So by default, Spring Security uses an in-memory database. But obviously, we can use, for example, Post and Ingress, or, so if I scroll down, or Redis. So these are some of the options. So let me just add like that so you can see exactly. So by default, Spring Security uses an in-memory database. And you've just saw that I've sent the same token right here. So the same token. And then because the server restarted, it lost all the session IDs. So usually it's best practice to store your sessions in a real database, something like Postgres or Redis. So right here, let me go ahead and simply log in again. So Anna and then Smith and then password, sign in, and there we go. So there we go. So I just wanted to show you exactly how session IDs work. And if you have any questions, go ahead and drop me a message. but I'm going to leave you some documentation on how you can implement session IDs against a real database such as Postgres or Redis. This is all for now. Catch me on the next one. Let's go ahead and learn how we're going to be able to override this form right here. So sometimes you want to customize this form yourself, changing the style, including more fields, so on and so forth. So go back to IntelliJ, and what we need to do here is, so we're going to say after form login, go ahead and simply say dot and then login page. And right here, go ahead and simply say / and then login. So I'm going to restart the server, go back and then restart, or actually refresh, and you can see that the page isn't working. So what we need to do is go back to IntelliJ and open up the pom.xml, and right here let's go ahead and add a new dependency. So I'm going to add a new dependency right here, so dependency, and then this will be time, or actually just like that, so time leaf, and this will be org.Spring Boot framework. So basically TimeLeaf is a templating engine which allows you to do many things in regards to HTML files. So now that we have this dependency, go ahead and inside of resources, go ahead and create a new folder, so directory, and right here simply name it as templates. So make sure it's actually templates with an S. And then inside of templates, go ahead and create a new file, and then simply say login.html. And for now, let's go ahead and simply say h1, and right here login and then page. And now inside of our main package, so com.example.demo, go ahead and create a new package, call it controller, and inside let's go ahead and create a class, and right here let's simply go ahead and say template and then controller. Now actually I need to fix this typo, so it should be controller, so I'm missing an R there. And now let's go ahead and annotate this class with @ and then request mapping, and this will be /, and right here go ahead and simply say @ and then controller. So we're going to annotate this class with @ controller. Now let's go ahead and say public, so we will create a new method, and right here we're going to say string, and let's go ahead and simply say get and then login, and then view, and inside right here let's simply return and then login. So basically this login has to be the exact same name as the one we have inside of templates, but without .html. Now right here simply annotate this with @ and then get mapping, and there we go. Let me restart the server. There we go. Now if I go back to my web browser and then refresh, and it's not working, so let's go back to IntelliJ, and right here, so inside of the get mapping we need to say that this will be login, right? So we're not mapping login to anything. Now let me restart the server again. There we go. And if I refresh now, and still not working, so what I think is happening is that we are getting blocked by Spring Security. So let's go ahead and open up the application security config, and right here, so inside of our configure method, so there is no way that we are permitting any requests to / login. So let's go ahead and simply say dot here and then permit and then all, and that with semicolon. And if I restart the server now, so hopefully fingers crossed this should work. There we go. Now if I refresh this page, ta-da, you can see that that was the case. So Spring Boot security was doing the right thing. Now what I want to do is actually, so let me go ahead and comment this out for now, and let me open the project tab, and let me go to template controller, and for now let me simply comment these two lines, restart, and then go back, refresh. So what I want to do is actually steal some code. So I'm going to go to inspect, and then right here I'm going to click on the root of this HTML, and then I'm going to copy the element. Now I can go back to IntelliJ. I can undo all of this, and let me go to configuration as well and do all of this. Now open up the login.html, and instead of this h1, let's go ahead and paste what we've copied, and let me indent all of this. So now let me go ahead and change a couple of things here. So right here, the title will be, so Amigos code, and then sign in, or actually let's simply say login instead. So login, and then right here, please log in to Amigos code. And I think this is all for now. And obviously let's change this button from sign in to login. And now if I restart the server, and then go back, now if I restart this, you can see that we have a completely different login page. So actually let me go ahead and add some styling. So right here, so simply say style, and then inside let's go ahead and simply say body, and inside of the body, background, and then dash, and then color, and then this will be hash, and then 3e 3e 3e, and then semicolon, and then color, and then white. Restart the server. There we go. If I go back, and now if I refresh the page, you can see that we have this awesome login page. And let me put this full screen. And there we go. This is how you can have your custom login page. So obviously if I go ahead and try to use, for example, Linda, and then password 123 login, you can see that we are redirected to the login page. But the login page, so if I refresh this, or actually not the login page, so this is not the login page, so this is the actual index page. So right here, so if I reload this, you can see that I don't need any authentication because of this right here, so index. So we are being redirected to the incorrect page, and that's what we're going to fix next. All right, let's go ahead and create a new view where upon someone logs in successfully, they go to that view. So go back to IntelliJ, and let's go ahead and open up template controller. Let's go ahead and duplicate this, and right here let's simply go ahead and say courses, and then courses, and then get, and then courses. Now let's go ahead and right here create a new file inside of templates, and then simply say courses. So make sure that courses is the same as this one right here, but with .html. So right here I'm going to keep it really simple, and then I'm going to say h1, and then courses, and then right here I'm going to say p, and then Spring Boot, and then security. There we go. Now go ahead and open up the application security config, and right here, so after we permit all to the /login. Let's go ahead and say dot and then default success URL. And right here, this will be / and then courses. And right here, we're going to say true to force redirect. Now let me end this with semicolon, restart the server. There we go. Let me go back to Chrome. Now let me actually try and access / and then courses. Enter. You can see that we are redirected to login. Now let me try and log in. So Linda and then password 123, send, and there we go. You can see that now we are inside of courses and we have only one course, Spring Boot Security. So if you have any questions on this, go ahead and drop me a message. Next, let's go ahead and learn how to use the Remember Me feature. As I said previously, for any request that we send to our server, there is a validation on this session ID. So by default, this session ID expires in 30 minutes. So 30 minutes of inactivity. So just let me put this like this so you know exactly what's happening. So expires after 30 minutes of inactivity. So that session ID right here. So Spring Security offers the ability to extend this by using the Remember Me option. So let's go back to IntelliJ and right here. So after default success URL, let's go ahead and say dot and then dot remember me. So right here, so this is the default. So defaults to 2 and then weeks. So let me end this with semicolon right here. And if I restart the server, there we go. Now, if I go back to Chrome and refresh this, you can see that we have our login page here. Now let's go ahead and add a checkbox here so that the user can tick the box to remember a session for 2 weeks. So let's go back to IntelliJ and right here where we have the login.html, scroll down and let's copy this. And right here, so this will be label for remember dash and then me, and grab this and then change the ID here and then name here and the placeholder. So actually it doesn't need a placeholder because it's a checkbox, so remove that. And right here simply say remember and then me question mark, and then the type will be checkbox, just like that. And finally, let's remove this required right here because it's not required. And if I restart the server, there we go. Now if I go back to the web browser and then refresh, you can see that we have the checkbox, but we haven't got the actual text. So let me go ahead and add that. So right here, let me simply say remember and then me. So I think we can get rid of this. So remember me, just like that, and restart the server, go back and then refresh, and there we go. So you can see that it's not pretty, but it does the thing. Now let's go ahead and simply say Linda and then password 123 and then tick the box, log in, and there we go. Now if I go to inspect, so I want you to see this, so let me go to inspect network, and what I'm going to do here is actually restart the server once more and then refresh, let's log in again. So Linda, password 123, and then remember me. And check this out. If I log in, you can see that we've sent a request. So log in, this was a post request. But if I scroll down, you can see that inside of the form data, we have username Linda, password 123, and then remember me on. There we go. So this is on. And if I didn't tick the box, it would have been off. So let me prove this to you. So log out. So /logout, and we will learn about logout next. So now let's go ahead and simply say Linda, password 123, and then don't tick the box, log in, and then this is a request. Scroll down, and you can see that we don't even have the remember me field. So there we go. This is how you use the remember me option. Next, let me go ahead and teach you exactly what is happening under the hood when you set the remember me option, and also how you're going to extend the token from 2 weeks to a custom time frame. All right, so let me go ahead and log out. And let me go ahead and log back in. So Linda, and then password 123, and I want to tick this box right here. So remember me. Then I'm going to log in. And if I go to log in, so you can see the network, and you can see that remember me is on right here. So what is happening under the hood is that if you go to cookies, you can see that we have a second cookie. So right here, so we have now this remember me cookie. So basically this is the exact same thing as the session. So remember right here, I said that we have the session ID, but we also now have the cookie for the remember me. And like the session ID, this cookie, right, so the remember me cookie is also stored in a database. So currently we're not persisting it to a real database, either Postgres or Redis, and Spring Boot Security is using an in-memory database, which means that if you restart the server, you will lose the remember me cookie. The same with the session ID. So the default, as I said, is 2 weeks, right? So right here. So let me actually add defaults to 2 weeks. And there we go. And I'm going to give you all of these diagrams so you can have it for reference. Now, the special thing about the remember me cookie is that it contains 2 things. It contains the username, also the expiration time, and finally it contains the MD5, well actually MD5 like that, and then hash of the above 2 values. All of this is managed, as I've said before, in the actual database, so in memory or Postgres or Redis. So I highly recommend that you use Postgres or Redis, because if the server restarts, you still have the information of whether the user has selected the remember me option and for how long. And finally, let's go ahead and override the default of 2 weeks to something greater. Now let me go back to IntelliJ, and right here, so with remember me, and if I put this bigger, we can customize it. So let me go ahead and simply say dot, and you can see that we have token validity seconds. So token validity seconds, but we also have this token repository, and this is, for example, if you are using your own database such as Postgres or MySQL or even Redis. So let's go ahead and configure the validity seconds, and this takes an integer, and what we're going to do is simply say time unit dot, and then right here days, and then dot 2 seconds. And let's go ahead and pretty much just say 21 days, right? So you can see that this returns a long, and we need to pass an integer. So I'm going to cast this just like that to an integer. And also, so if I put this on a new line, just like that, and also we can say dot, and we can say key. So this is the key which is used to hash the contents, i.e. these contents right here. So the username and the expiration date. So that's the key used to generate this MD5. So usually this should be very secure. So let me go ahead and simply say something very secured. Obviously it's not secured, but you get the idea. So instead of using the default provided by Spring Security, I'm using this key and end this with semicolon, and there we go. So this is exactly how you extend your session with Remember Me. If you have any questions, go ahead and drop me a message. Otherwise, let's move on. All right, so we've learned pretty much everything about form-based authentication. The last thing that we have to learn is how we're going to log out. So let me go ahead and log in as Linda, password 123, and then Remember Me. And let me just inspect. So let me make this just like that. And then network, let me send the request to log in. You can see that worked. And then log in, and you can see that we have the response cookies right here. So response cookies, and basically we have the JSession ID and the Remember ID. So you've seen that I previously, so when I wanted to log out, I simply changed the path to log and then out. Now if I press enter, you can see that I'm logged out. You can see that in the request. So this was the request. So right here in the request, we sent the JSON ID and Remember Me cookie. And then in the response, we got nothing back. So basically, Spring Security is clearing out the session ID as well as the Remember Me cookie. So we can customize the way this works. And let's go ahead and actually, let me just close this here and let me log in again. So Linda, password 123, Remember Me, login. There we go. So the way that we can change this behavior is the following. So let me go back to IntelliJ, and right here, let me go ahead and remove this semicolon, and then I'm going to say dot and then right here, simply say dot and then log out. And let's go ahead and customize this with dot, and then you can see that we have the logout URL. So in our case, this will be / and then logout. So basically that was the default, but let's go ahead and be more explicit so you can see what is happening. And what we want to do also is, so we're going to clear the authentication right here. So let's say true, and let's also go ahead and invalidate the actual session. So that will be true. And let's also go ahead and say dot, and then right here, so you can see that we can delete cookies. So let's go ahead and delete the cookies, and the cookies that we want are these ones. So if I go to inspect again, and then application, and you can see that we have the JSON ID right here. So let me just pass that there. And we also want to delete this one. So we want to delete both of those cookies. There we go. And finally, I'm going to say dot success, actually logout success URL. And I'm going to say dash, or actually / and then login. So basically, after you successfully log out, you can go to / login. Now, let me go ahead and press semicolon and restart the server. There we go, up and running. If I collapse this and go back to Chrome right here, let's go ahead and so let me actually make this smaller like this. And let me switch to the network tab. And if I restart this, or actually refresh, and then Linda password 123, and then remember me. There we go. So I'm in. Now let me go ahead and trigger the logout from here and then send. And you can see that we are redirected back to the login page. And if you look at the cookies, so let me go to application, and then you can see that inside of cookies we have nothing. So let me show you again. So Linda password 123 login. There we go. So you can see that we have the session ID as well as the remember me cookies. And if I log out, you can see that it's been deleted. So I just want to point out that you can see that the logout URL. So this, if I go to network, so this request right here, so the logout, so if you go to headers, this is a GET request. Now, you should be avoiding to use GET requests for logging out. So if I go to the actual documentation, so what they say in the logout documentation is that the URL triggers logout occurs when the default is logout. If CSRF protection is enabled, then the request must also be a post. This means that the post to /logout is required to trigger a logout. If the CSRF protection is disabled, then any HTTP method is allowed. It is considered best practice to use an HTTP post on any action that changes state, i.e. logout, to protect against CSRF attacks. If you really want to use an HTTP GET, you can use the logout request matcher. And this is basically, so if I copy this right here and go back to Chrome, or actually IntelliJ, my bad. So right here, so let me actually put it right next to this line here. So if I paste that and then say dot, and you can see that now I can say, and then log out. So /log out, and then remove that. So basically this is what is happening under the hood because we have disabled CSRF right here. But as I said, if you enable this, then you should delete this line right here, right? Because you want it to be a post. So this is just something to bear in mind, and you should be using a post instead of get to logout. But in my case, because I've disabled CSRF, I'm going to use a get. Now, if I restart the server, so I just want to show you that this works. And basically, if I didn't explain, so this logout request matcher simply means that whenever you go to this URL with this method, logout. So let me go back to Chrome and then refresh, and then Linda password 123, and then log in, and you can see that we are in. If I look at the cookies that we have, only the session ID because I didn't tick the remember me checkbox. And now if I log out, and you can see that the cookies went away and we are successfully logged out. And obviously you want to have a custom button, so Linda password 123, and I might be getting tired of logging in and logging out. So login, oops, so Linda password 123, and then login. So usually you would have like a button right here saying log out, and then you'd issue the request to /logout. So if you have any questions on this, go ahead and drop me a message. Otherwise, let's move on. Let's quickly add a logout button in this page right here. So let me go back to IntelliJ and open up the project tab. And what I'm going to do is steal some code. So right here in the login.html, I'm going to grab this container right here. So this contains a form, and I'm going to go back to courses, and right here, I'm going to paste that. And then inside of this form, I'm going to say logout. Oh, actually, I don't even need this. So let me delete that. And basically all I need is the actual button. So this button right here that says log out. So let me actually show you full screen so you can see what I'm doing. So now this will be a get. And remember, so because I have CSRF disabled, this will be a get. And then right here, I'm going to say log and then out. Now, let me go ahead and actually remove this container right here. So I want it to be really simple. So indent this. And if I restart the server, there we go. Now, if I go back, refresh, and Linda password 123, remember me, log in, you can see that we have this logout button. If I click on it, and we are now logged out. So there we go. So this was very quick and straightforward. And obviously you want to customize that button and add some CSS styling so that it looks much better. Well, actually, I don't know why it wasn't looking like this one. So let's go ahead and correct that. So I think it was because, so actually we want, obviously, so it's because it's not using the actual bootstrap, right, in the actual head. So let me go ahead quickly and take everything from here, right, and then go back, and inside, let's go ahead and say HTML, and then paste that in. And right here, you can see that we have the body section after the head. So right here, so go ahead and simply say body. There we go. And now we can paste everything inside. So just like that, and then format everything. If I restart the server, go back, and then Linda password 123, and then log in. There we go. You can see that we have courses, Spring Boot, security, and then I can log out. There we go. So you can see that now everything is matching. So actually, let me actually, I'm being really fussy here, but let's actually include the actual container right here. So container, and let's close that div. Let's put everything inside of this container, just like that. And right here, so this will be just a normal button. I don't want it to be large. Indent everything, and also the actual background color. So I'm going to remove everything. So actually the entire styling. There we go. So I think this will look much better. Let me go back. Last time, I promise. Linda, password 123, login, and there we go. This looks much better. And you can see that I can go ahead and pretty much log out, and it works beautifully. So there we go. This is how you implement a logout button. Alright, in this video, let me go ahead and quickly explain you something really important. So you see right here, if I go to the login.html, and if I collapse this, you can see that we have, so this name right here. So remember me. We also have the name for the password, and we also have the name for the username. So if you want to change this to a different value other than username, because this is a default, the same for password and the same for remember me, go ahead and open up the application security config, and right here in the actual form login, right? So in fact, let me go ahead and first indent things right here. So right here, I'm going to indent all of that, and I think it looks much better. So right here, what we're going to do is simply say dot and then password parameter, and this will be password, and then dot username parameter, and this will be username. And for remember me, right, so right here, remember me, I'm going to say dot and then parameter, or actually remember me parameter, and then remember dash me. So basically I'm just keeping it as the same as the ones that we have. But for example, if you wanted to change this to remember or actually password, you know, XYZ, you need to change the login right here to username XYZ. So I just wanted to show you that you can change this if you want, but I'm going to keep it as default because I kind of like it and I don't see any reason to change it. But I'm going to leave the password parameter, username parameter, as well as the remember me parameter, so you know that if you want to change them, this is how you do it. So there we go. This is pretty much everything you need to know about form-based authentication. If you have any questions for this entire section, go ahead and drop me a message and I'll be more than happy to assist. This is all for now. Join me in the next section. Alright, let's go ahead and learn about database authentication. So currently we have 3 users, so Linda, Anna Smith, and Tom. And the way that we have created these 3 users was right here inside of our application security config. We did override this method right here, so user detail service, and then we created 3 users, so Anna Smith here, Linda here, and then Tom right here. And then you can see that we return the in-memory user detail manager. So this is actually in memory, but what you want to do is actually have this stored in a real database. So I'm going to give you the setup so that it's easy for you to connect to a real database if you need to do so. So we're going to change things around, and instead of using this in-memory database, we will actually have data coming from any data source. So what I want to show you first is if I click on user detail service right here. So this is an interface. So we're going to actually create a class that will override this interface in a second, but I want to show you this. So click on this I right here so you can see the actual implementations, and check this out. You've got caching user detail service, in memory user details manager, so this is the one that we are using. You have JDBC DAO implementation already, so this is really awesome. So if I click on this class right here and check this out, you can see that you can use this class already with lots of SQL that will perform all the queries to fetch your users from your database. So select username, password enable from users where username equals to something, and you can see the same with authorities and right here. So if I scroll down, you can see that this is the actual method that loads user by username, and you can see that it throws a username not found exception. And if I scroll down, you can see that you have another one, so load users by username, and this returns a list of users. Load authorities for a username, load group authorities, create user details, set authorities by username query, and you have a bunch of other methods, even set role prefix. So this is really, really awesome. So if you want to use this class, you are free to do so. But usually this model will not always represent our own application, and you might want to change things around. But I just want to show you that this class is available if you want to use it. So next, let's go ahead and start changing things around. to enable us to have these three users coming from a data source. So this data source could be Postgres, Mongo, anything. And I'm going to show you how to implement to an interface which will make things very easy. So this is all for now. Let's go ahead and get started next. All right, let's go ahead and start our journey implementing database authentication. So first, let's go ahead and open up IntelliJ. And right here, you see that we have this user, or actually these three users, and you can see that they are user details. So this user details is an interface and it has a couple of methods. So get authorities, get password, username, is account non-expired, is account non-locked, is credential not non-expired, and is enabled. So basically Spring Security uses these booleans, and if one of them is false, and by the way, I really don't like this name, so is account non-expired. It could have just been is account expired and then revert the actual boolean. But anyways, so if one of them is false, right? So is account enabled? So for example, if is not enabled, then you won't be able to access the application, right? You'll get a status code, which you'll get, for example, a 4.3 status code. So let's go ahead and create a class that will implement this interface. So open up the project tab and let's go ahead and create a new package. And right here, let's simply call it auth. Let's go ahead and create a new class and let's call it application and then user. Enter. And right here, let's go ahead and say implement user details. Now we are getting an error because we have to override the actual methods. So I'll just press option and then enter, implement all of these methods. There we go. So what I'm going to do here is actually define a couple of final fields. So private final, and this will be a list, and this will be a list of granted authorities. Oh, actually, so let me actually follow this convention right here. So anything that extends granted authorities, and then I want to say granted authorities. So basically I'm going to have everything that we have here as a field. So private final string password, the same for username, the same for is account. So right here, so let me actually grab that, private final, and this will be a boolean. And then just like that, let me grab is account not locked. Let me duplicate this twice, and that will be is account non-locked. And finally this one as well. And I think we have this one. So is credentials non-expired. There we go. And finally, if I duplicate this, we have is account enabled. Or actually is enabled only. There we go. So now if I put this full screen so you can see properly, I'm going to add all of this to the constructor. There we go. And if I put this on a new line so you can see exactly everything properly, and there we go. So the final thing that we have to do here is you can see that these variables right here, they are unused. So granted authorities, password, username, is account non-expired, non-locked, credentials non-expired, and is enabled. So let's go ahead and scroll down, and right here let's go ahead and simply return granted authorities. This will be password, and right here will be username, right here will be expired, and right here will be locked, so non-locked, and then right here will be credentials, and finally is enabled. And if I scroll up, you can see that they are now all being used. So now that we have this class called application user, which implements user details, we can start creating our users based off this class instead of using the builder. If you have any questions, go ahead and drop me a message. Otherwise, let's move on. Alright, so I've just reshuffled the actual constructor so you can see that the guarantor authorities comes third. So now let's go ahead and open up the project tab, and if I open up the application security config, you can see that we have this protected method user detail service. Now let's go ahead and create our own, and from that method then we will have the ability to fetch any user from any database that we want. So right here, so from any database that we want. So basically what we want to do is, so in front of this, so if I just add this box right here, user detail and then service, and the job of this class right here is to pretty much just fetch stuff from our database. So let me just put this like that, and let me center it just like that. So this class will be responsible to fetch stuff from the database. Basically, this is following the n-tier architecture, and if you want to learn more about this architecture, go ahead and check my free YouTube videos, my courses, where I teach all of this. So now let me go back to IntelliJ, and let's go ahead and create a new class inside auth. And right here, go ahead and simply say application user and then service. So this guy will have one method that will have to come from, so I'm going to say implement user details service. There we go. And this only has one method, and that is to load by username. And it's that simple. So you can see that this throws a username not found right here. Go ahead and annotate this with at and then service so that Spring initializes this class. Next, let's go ahead and define the interface that will give us the ability to load a user by username. So let's go ahead and create the actual interface that will give us the ability to load users from any data source. So let me open up the project tab, and right here inside of the auth, go ahead and create a new class, and this will be application user and then DAO, just like that. And this will be an interface. Now this interface will have one method for now, and that will be private, or actually public, and this will be an optional of, and then application user, and then I'm going to say select application user by username. There we go. And this will take a string and username. So if I put this full screen, you can see what I'm doing, and then end this with semicolon. And obviously, because it's an interface, I don't need this public keyword. Now let's go ahead and open up the project tab, and then go to application user service. And now let's go ahead and say private and then final application user and then DAO. And let's go ahead and add a constructor parameter. There we go. And now you can see that we can use this interface. So now let's go ahead and simply say application user DAO dot select application user by username. We're going to pass the username. So username. So this is the actual username. There we go. And then right here, I'm going to say dot or else I'm going to throw. So I'm going to throw new and then user name not found exception. And right here, let me just use string.format and then username %s not found, and then pass the username. There we go. So let me actually put this on a new line so you can see everything properly, and this also. So you can see that this service is now ready. Now, obviously, this is an interface, and we need a class that will have the real logic or the real implementation behind it. So that's why I'm using an interface, because we can use dependency injection to switch implementations if we want to do so. i.e., if you are using, for example, Postgres and you decide to use MongoDB, you don't have to change anything apart from one line of code. Let's go ahead next, create a class that will implement this application user DAO. Alright, so before we implement the actual class that will implement this interface, let me show you what do we have so far. So currently we want to have these users in our database, right? And we have this user detail service, right? Which is this class right here. So application user service that implements user detail service. So then we created this application user DAO. So this is the actual interface. And now we are going to create a class that will extend this application user DAO, and actually the arrow should be this way, so upwards, right? And then this class will be responsible for managing the users in this database. Later I'm going to show exactly why it's good to implement an interface, because you can then really switch implementation, i.e. you can switch this class with something else very easy. So let's go ahead and go back to IntelliJ, and if I open up the project tab, now inside of the auth folder, I'm going to create a new class, and I'm going to call this fake application user DAO and then service. And this will implement application user DAO, just like that. Now, if I implement the method, and it's only one, so you can see right here. So this is the method that we need. Now, again, let's go ahead and simplify things. So currently I'm going to use an in-memory data store as we did, but I'm going to show you exactly how you can switch to a real database. So inside of this class, what we want is to have these users right here. So remember these three users. So we want to have them inside of that class. So what I'm going to do actually is create a method. So let me go back, and right here I'm going to create a method. Oops, I didn't mean to close all of that. Just like that. And right here I'm going to have a method, and I'm going to say public, and then actually not public, so private, and then list. And this will be a list of application users, and let me simply say get, and then application users. And right here, let's go ahead and simply say list, and then this will be application user, application users equals to lists, new array list. And inside, let's go ahead and create some users. And at the very end, I'm going to return application users, just like that. Now, let's go ahead and say new application user. And inside, we need to pass the username. So Anna Smith. The password, we need the password encoder. So private final password encoder. There we go. Now I'm going to add to constructor, and I'm also going to auto wire. So next, let's go ahead and say password encoder dot encode, and let's go ahead and simply say password. And next we need to pass the authorities. So Anna Smith, she's a student, so student, and then dot. So let's see if we can import this. There we go. Get, and then granted authorities, and then we need to pass a couple of booleans, and I think we have an error here. So this is actually a set, right? And if I open application user, so this is actually a list. So let me change this to a set. There we go. And also this to a set, and that fixes the problem. So if I go back, now you can see that the error went away. And now if I press Command P, I can pass the remaining booleans. So is account non-expired? So I want to say true because I want this to work. I don't want to block anyone. So is credential non-expired? True. And is enabled? True. There we go. And that's it. So now we have, so if I delete these lines right here, just like that, now we have Anna Smith right here. Let's go ahead and add a comma and then duplicate this about 2 times. And if I delete that, this will be Linda. And for now, I'm just going to keep password the same, right? So this will be the same. And then Linda, she is an admin. There we go. And the remaining will be the same because I want everything to work. And finally, we have Tom. So all lowercase, the same password. And then Tom is admin and then trainee. And there we go. So you can see that we have this method right here that gives me a list of application users. So obviously, you know, if this is coming from a real database, it wouldn't be like this, but I want to make things very simple for you to understand how security works, because the core of this course is security. So now here, what we're going to do is, I'm going to say right here, so I'm going to say get application users dot and then stream and then dot filter. I'm going to filter, and then right here I've got the actually application and then user. And then what I'm going to do is simply say username dot and then equals to application user dot get username. And then right here dot and then find first. And you can see that this is everything we need for this class. So we have the password encoder so that we can encode passwords. And right here, this method gives us 3 users, Anna Smith, Linda, and Tom, as we had previously. And then this method simply does a stream and then filters, and then it finds the first one. Otherwise, it will be an optional empty. So now what we need to do in this class right here is simply annotate this with @ and then repository. And right here, let's go ahead and simply give it a name. So fake. So this is the actual fake repository. And this is everything that we need to do for this class right here. All right, so let's go ahead and wire things up. Let me go back to IntelliJ. And right here, so I didn't explain this in the previous video, but essentially this @repository simply tells Spring that this class needs to be instantiated, and then this name right here is what you use when you auto wire in case you have more than one implementation. But I'm going to show you exactly what I mean. So now let's go back to the application user service right here, and if I put this full screen, so right here you see that we have this application user DAO, right? And we are injecting it inside of the constructor. So what we are missing here is at and then auto wire. So now Spring knows exactly that this interface right here has one implementation and is this one right here. So just to be clear enough, so right here what we're going to do is simply say at and then qualifier, and the qualifier is fake. So we are literally saying that we are using the fake implementation right here. And I'm going to show you exactly how you would switch implementations. But for now, go ahead and simply say at fake. And if you don't have this, this will still work because you only have one implementation. But it's always good to add the qualifier in case you are planning to have more than one implementation. And there we go. So now that we have things wired up, let's go ahead and change the application security config right here. So instead of using this user detail service, to use our own one. And that's what we're going to do next. All right, so to replace this protected method right here, so this protected method that returns these three users, which uses an in-memory user details manager, right? So it's pretty much similar to what we're doing, but we are having full control of where the data is coming from. So to replace all of this with this class that we've just created, right? So, or actually we've just configured. So this application user service, right? So right here, you can see that it implements the user detail service, right? And this returns user detail service. So what we want to do here is remove this method, or actually delete this method. So I'm going to delete it like that, and also delete the override. Now, the way that we configure things up is we have to create a bean. So at and then bean. And right here, this will be public and then DAO authentication provider. And let me simply name it as DAO authentication provider. And right here, what we're going to do is, so I'm going to create a DAO authentication provider. And let me simply name this as provider equals to new and then DAO authentication provider. Now, what we're going to do here is simply two things. We're going to say right here, we need to set the password encoder. So let me pass the password encoder that we have, right? And this line allows passwords to be decoded. Next, we need to say provider dot, and then check this out, set user details service. And the user details service that we want to set right here is, so what we need to do right here is simply say private final and then application user and then service. There we go. And I'm going to pass that inside of the constructor, add a new line here, expand this so you can see everything. So now if I scroll down right here, I can say application user and then service. There we go. So finally, what we need to do is simply return and then provider. Now there is one more thing that we have to do, and that is to actually configure. So we have to first override a method. So we have to override the configure method that takes the authentication manager builder. So I'm going to select that one. Okay. And right here, so instead of saying super.configure auth, what I'm going to do is simply say auth dot and then authentication provider. And right here, simply say DAO authentication provider. So this is the one that we've just implemented. And this is everything you need to do to use the custom class that we've created. So this application user service that implements user detail service. So this pretty much is the provider, and this is how you wire things up. So next, let's go ahead and test the application. So we've made quite a lot of changes. So we've added this entire package, but we haven't tested things. So next, let's go ahead and start the application and make sure that everything is working as expected. So we should really have no breaking changes with everything we have done in this section. All right, let's go ahead and test all of this logic that we added under the auth package. So really we are testing the database authentication, even though we're not fetching users from a real database just yet. So let's go ahead and restart the server. And while this is restarting, I'm going to go ahead and open up Chrome. And right here, if I refresh, you can see that we still get the login page fine. Now let's go ahead and simply log in with Linda. And remember, this time the password is simply password. So I'm going to type password, and then I'm going to take remember me. Now if I go ahead and try to log in, there we go. So you can see that it's working. And if I go to inspect and application right here, you can see that we have our cookies, so the J session ID as well as the remember me. So let me go ahead and log out, and let's go ahead and log in with Tom, or actually, and let's go ahead and log in with Tom, and Tom's password is password. Login. Now let's go ahead and, just for the sake of it, let's go ahead and try and access the API, and then v1/students/ and then 2, and you can see that is forbidden. Now let's go ahead and change this from management/API, and obviously it can get all of these students, right? Because it's using the management API, and Tom is an admin trainee. Now let's go ahead and go back, and let me log out. Let me now log in with Anna Smith, and then password remember me. And you can see also that the cookies went away since I've logged out. If I log in, you can see that we have new cookies. And right here, so Anna, she is a student. So let's first try to access management/API v1 and then students 4.3. That's fine as expected. If I change this from management to API / and then 3, you can see that we are getting Anna Smith. So there we go. So you can see that we've managed to implement the database authentication part. So we've implemented the user detail service, application user DAO, and then the actual service that implements this service, which is responsible for fetching students from any data source. And you can see that we have no breaking changes. So what I did actually, so if I go back to IntelliJ, so right here, so you see this DAO right here. So this interface will make it very easy if you want to switch from any database. So currently we have this class right here, fake application user DAO service, right, which has a list in memory, right? But then right here you can see that we have named it as fake. So if you want to have a different implementation, simply implement the same interface, give it a different name, and then right here where you inject it, you can simply target whatever implementation that you want. But I'm going to show you this later down the line. So this is all for this section. If you have any questions of what we've done here, go ahead and drop me a message. Otherwise, let's move on.
So I just want to mention that you saw that we've got this interface, application user DAO, and this interface is very important for you. So currently we have the users in a list, right? But what you want to do is actually connect to a real database. So the reason why we've got an interface is because we can use dependency injection to switch between implementations just like that. So using the @qualifier, you can have your own implementations that stores users in a real database. And obviously that's what you want to go for, right? Because right now, if the server restarts, then we lose all of our users. Well, actually, not technically, but if you were to add someone else and then restart the server, you would lose that user. So if you want to learn more about database with Spring Boot, go ahead and check my full stack web development, where I teach how to connect to a Postgres database and how to manage schemas with Flyway. This is all for this section. If you've got any questions, go ahead and drop me a message. Otherwise, let's move on.
All right, in this section, let's go ahead and learn about JSON Web Tokens, or simply JWT, or some people also call it as JWT. So imagine that you have an authentication server, and then you have multiple different applications that want to access this server so that they can be authenticated to access other resources in your system. So let's say that you have an iOS application, an Android app, a web application, and it might even be like a third-party application, and all of them want to access your application. So as you saw throughout this course, we've used basic auth and form-based authentication. Now, if we were to use those two forms of authentication in this scenario, it will be very difficult because you need to have a common way for applications to access your server. So you can't really do that with basic authentication or form-based authentication because they are very different, and you might have, for example, the web application using form-based, and then you have the iOS using a basic auth, which I don't recommend, and the same with Android and the same with third party. Now, this is when JSON Web Tokens come into play. So let me just quickly show you exactly what JSON Web Token offers. So the cool thing about JSON Web Tokens is that they are really, really fast. So they are fast because they are stateless. And I'm going to show you exactly what this means. But being stateless, it means that it doesn't need to have a database. But more important, the actual session of that current user. So with JSON Web Tokens, you don't have to store the session because everything is embedded in a token. And I'm going to show you exactly, how this really fits together. And also the cool thing about it is that you can use it across many services. So this is the example that I was giving you right at the beginning of this video. So, and some of the disadvantages of using JSON Web Tokens is that if the key is compromised, so the secret key is compromised, and I'm going to show you exactly what the secret key means and how it's used. But if it is compromised, then you are in real trouble. So also you have no visibility to logged in users, unlike form-based authentications. When the user logs in, when it logs out, you have the full history of your user. So with JWT, you have no visibility, unlike you implement visibility on top of it. And finally, if the token is stolen, a hacker can pretend to be a real user in your system and pretty much steal and compromise users within your applications. So it is really, really used throughout the internet. I think you should really know how to use it, the benefits that it offers. And I do recommend it to use it because it's really fast, it's stateless, and you can use it across many services. So I really recommend you to use it if you have this last bit right here. So where you have multiple services accessing your application. If not, I would pretty much just use form-based authentication where you have only one application accessing your server. So the way that JSON Web Tokens work is like this. So it's very simple. So basically right here you have the client and you have the server. So the first thing that the client does is it sends the credentials, and usually this is the username and password. And then what the server does, the server validates those credentials, and then it sends a token back to the client. Now, from this point onwards, the client will send a token for every subsequent request. So it doesn't have to send the username and password as it did initially right here where it sends the credentials, but it has to send only the actual token, and then the server validates the token, right? Whether the token is valid, or for example, if the token has expired. So right here, so you can see that, for example, if I send my credentials, I get token back, and then an hacker steals the token from my laptop, for example, that hacker can pretend to be me and steal my information. So this is something that you should be aware of, but this is pretty much how JWT works. So let me actually show you what it looks like. So let me go to this page, so jwt.io, and right here you can see that this is the actual token, right? So this is the encoded token. So you can see that it has 3 parts. So the first one is the header, and the header simply contains the algorithm and the token type, and then you have the actual payload right here. So this is the actual payload, right? And then you have the verify signature right here. So basically, so right here you see that if, for example, I change this, so I add an S, you can see that this is invalid, right? And let me actually click on secret base64 encoded, and now you can see that I do get this base64 right here, and if you decode it, you can see what the secret is. So if this secret is stolen, then you are in big trouble. So there we go. So this is JWT in a nutshell. Next, let's go ahead and actually implement JSON Web Tokens with Spring Boot. If you have any questions, go ahead and drop me a message. Otherwise, let's move on. Alright, for this course, we're going to be using the Java JWT implementation. So go ahead and navigate to this repo, which you can find the link in the description of this video. And basically, this is the Java implementation right here of the JWT under the RFC specifications and open source under the terms of Apache 2.0 license. So this library right here gives us everything that we need in order to use JSON Web Tokens. So we can create keys, we can sign the actual tokens, we can verify tokens, and all sort of things. And right here you can see the table of contents is quite useful. So it explains what token is, and basically I highly recommend you that you navigate to this GitHub repo and read through so you understand exactly everything in detail about JWTs. So right here, let's go ahead and pretty much just skim through. So I want to show you exactly. So basically here you can find what a JSON Web Token is, but in essence a token looks like this right here, where you have the header, you have the body, and then you have the actual signature, right? Which is the last part. And this is what I've showed you right here, right? So you have the actual header that contains the algorithm and the type, and then you have the payload, and then you have the verify signature. So if I scroll down, you see the installation process. So for Maven, this is all you need. For Gradle, the same. And right here, you can see that this is how you generate a key. So this is how you generate a key. And then this is how you create a token right here. So this is a token. And you can see that the API is really straightforward. And right here, you can see how you can pretty much just how you can verify the actual token. And it's very simple. So you set the key, you pass the claims, you get the body, and then you pretty much just perform some equalities, right? But also I'm going to show you exactly how it works. But basically, this is how it works, right? So if it falls under this catch, right? So let me put this full screen. If it falls under here, it means that you don't trust the actual token. And let's go ahead and actually install this library, right? And then start using it. So navigate to installation, and under Maven, let's go ahead and grab all of these dependencies. So we have the API, the implementation, and Jackson. So this relies on Jackson. So let's go ahead and grab this. So copy and go back to IntelliJ, and right here open the pom.xml and go ahead and under Guava paste everything. And let me add some spaces right there. And Maven is doing its thing. And there you go. So now that we have all the dependencies required to work with JWTs, next let's go ahead and start our journey implementing all of this. Catch me on the next one. See ya. Alright, so the first thing that we will do is verify the credentials sent by the client to our server. We're going to validate those credentials and then send the actual token back to the client. So we will generate a token and then send it to the client. So first, let's go ahead and implement this sends credentials part and then validate those credentials. So go ahead and open up IntelliJ, and let me close this pom.xml. Inside of the main package, go ahead and create another package and call this JWT. Now inside, go ahead and create a class and call this as JWT, username and password, and then authentication, and then filter. So this is a very long name, but it says what it does. So go ahead and press enter. And the job of this class is to verify the credentials. So Spring Security does it by default, but we can override this class ourselves and have our own implementation. And this is what we are going to do. So right here, go ahead and simply, let me put this full screen, say extends, and then user name, password, authentication, and then filter. Now inside, let's go ahead and override one method, and that is attempt authentication. So we will override this method that takes the request and response. Now, the first thing that we want to do here is to grab the username and password sent by the client. So let's model that. So let's go ahead and pretty much just create a new class. And let's go ahead and simply say username and password authentication and then request. And right here, let's go ahead and simply say private and then string username and then private string password. And right here, let's go ahead and pretty much just have an empty constructor. So constructor, and then select none. And let's have the getters and setters. So now let's go back to the filter that we've just created. And if I put this full screen, so right here, let's go ahead and simply say new and then object and then mapper. And right here, go ahead and simply say dot read and then value. And the value that you want to read comes from the request dot get input stream. And we want to get the input stream into a username and password authentication request dot and then class. And now I can extract this to a variable, and you can see that we have the object mapper. And if I put this on a new line, so you can see exactly everything. So the object mapper reads the value from the input stream and then puts it into this username and password authentication request class that we've just created. Now you can see that we have an error, and this is because this throws an IO exception. So let's go ahead and simply say try, and then let me remove this line, put it here, indent things, and I'm going to say catch, and right here we will catch. So you can see that this class authentication exception, it's an abstract class that extends runtime exception. So let's go ahead and simply say IO exception, because this is what this get input stream throws. So E, and right here simply say throw new and then runtime exception and then pass E, just like that. So now that we have this request, right, we can authenticate to see whether the username and the password are correct. So for that, let's go ahead and use the authentication manager. So private final authentication manager, and let's add this to constructor. And for now, we're not going to auto wire because I'm going to show you exactly how we're going to pass this authentication manager from our, so this class right here, application security config later on. So let me expand this, and now let me go ahead and simply say authentication manager dot, and then you can see there is only one method, and that is to authenticate. Now this takes the authentication. Let me pass null, and I'm going to extract this to a variable, so the null bit, and this is the authentication. Now you can see that this authentication is an interface. So if I pretty much just see the implementations, you can see I've got a few, and the one that I'm interested is this username password authentication token. So let's go back, and right here let's go ahead and simply say new username authentication password token, and inside we have to pass the principal and credentials. So the principal will be authentication request dot get username, and then the credential will be authentication request dot get and then password. So this is the principal, right? So the username is the principal, and the credentials is the password. So now we can simply pass to this authentication manager the authentication right here, and this authentication manager will make sure that the username exists, and if it exists, it will check whether the password is correct or not. And if that's the case, then this request will be authenticated. And finally, let's go ahead and return. So we're going to return this authenticate. And in fact, let me just extract this to a variable so you see the return type. So authentication, and then we simply return this variable right here, which means that we no longer need this final return. And there we go. So this is all for this part right here, where the client sends the credentials and then we validate those credentials. Next, let's go ahead and generate a token and send it to our client. If you have any questions, go ahead and drop me a message. Otherwise, let's move on. All right, let's go ahead and generate a token and send it to the client. So open up IntelliJ, and right here, what we're going to do is override yet another method. So the method that we will override is, if I press Command and then O, is successful and then authentication, this one right here. So this method right here will be invoked. So if I put this on a new line, just like that. So this method will be invoked after the attempt authentication is successful. So if this fails, this will never be executed. And what we want to do inside of this method is to create a token, so a JWT token, and send it to our client. So the way that we are going to do it is very simple. So let's go ahead and use the library. So Java JWT. So simply say J capital and then W and then T's. So IO JSON web token. And right here, go ahead and simply say dot and then builder. So what we're going to do here is simply add few things. So remember right here, so the actual token, so this is how the token looks like. So we need the actual payload. So this is the payload. Then we can specify the header, and then this signature, we have to sign the token. So let's go ahead and first set the actual subject. So dot and then set and then subject, and the subject will be auth result dot and then get the name. So we are getting the name of the authentication result. So let me actually go back, and you can see that we have a few other things. So we have credentials, we have the principal is authenticated, but what I want is the actual name. So this will be Linda or Tom or Anna Smith in our case, right? So those are the current users that we have in our system. Next, let's go ahead and set the actual body. So this body right here, so this body, and the way that we specify this body right here is by using claims. So claims and body is pretty much the same thing. So claims, or actually claim. So let's use this very first one, and right here, let's simply go ahead and say authorities, and then comma, and then auth result dot, and then we can get the actual authorities, just like that. And now let's go ahead and say that this was issued at, so this was actually now, so new and then date. And we can also set the expiration, so expiration, go ahead and simply say date, and make sure you pick the date from SQL dot and then value of, and then let's go ahead and simply say local and then date dot now and then plus. So you can say plus day, plus months, plus weeks, but let's say that this token expires in 2 weeks, just like that. And obviously all of this can be configurable, right? But we're going to do that later. But finally, let's go ahead and pretty much just sign. So we want to sign this token, which is this last bit right here. So the way that you do it with this library is simply say dot sign and then with. And the way that we generate the key is as follows. So simply say keys and then dot and then HMAC SHA key 4, and then right here I'm going to say secure. So make sure that this is actually long enough, right? So you should be generating, these really strong keys so that no one can guess. So it has to be really, really secure. So also it has to be long, right? So let me actually duplicate this, secure, and I'm going to paste it a couple of times, just like that, secure. And at the end, I'm going to say dot and then get, or actually get bytes, just like that. So go ahead and make sure that this, so let me actually extract this to a variable. So key, just like that, and then we say key and then get bytes. And finally, what we need to do is simply say dot and then compact. There we go. And now I can extract this to a variable, and this is the actual token. And the final thing that we have to do, so let me go back to this diagram. So we have a token, so we've generated a token. Now we need to send the token to the client. And the way that we will do it is simply by adding the token to the response header. So right here, you can see that we have access to the response. So go ahead and simply say response dot and then add header, and then right here simply say authorization, and then simply pass the actual token. But we're not just going to pass the token like that, because remember with basic auth we said basic, and then the username and password were in base 64. So it's pretty much almost the same with JWTs, but instead we will say bearer and then space plus and then the actual token. And this is pretty much everything we need in order to send the token. Let me add some spaces here so you can see properly. So this is pretty much everything that we need in order to add the token to the response, and that way the client can retrieve it and use it for subsequent requests. So currently we've implemented this part right here, so send credentials and validate credentials, and also sending the actual token. Next, let's go ahead and test what we have implemented so far. Alright, so it's time for us to wire things up, but before we move on, let me quickly explain request filters. So they are very, very simple. So right here you see that we have a request, and this request needs to reach a destination, and in this case is the actual API. So what request filters are simply classes that perform some kind of validation before reaching the final destination. So in this case, API. So in this example, you can see that you have the initial request, and the request goes through this first filter, and then it goes through the second filter, the third filter, and this should be 4 right here. So the 4th filter, and you can pretty much have as many filters that you want. And also the order of these filters is not necessarily guaranteed. So currently we have this filter right here, so JWT username and password authentication filter, which is this class right here. So we extended this username and password authentication filter. So by default, Spring Security gives us this implementation. And what we've just done was we did override this class and implemented the attempt authentication as well as the successful authentication. Because right here we needed to attach the bearer token, i.e. the JWT token. So filters are pretty much classes that allow you to perform some validation on your requests, and you can either proceed to the next filter or reject the request. So now that you know what filters are, let's go ahead and configure our very first filter. So let's go ahead and configure this JWT username and password authentication filter. So go ahead and open up IntelliJ, and I'm going to open the project tab and go ahead and open up the security package, and inside open up the application security config. Now inside, scroll down and you can see that right here we have a few things going on. So previously we were using form based authentication right here with some extension of the sessions right here, but to be honest, now we are about to switch to JWTs. We no longer need all of this. So what I'm going to do is delete. So I'm going to delete all of this. So the form login, the same with remember me, and log out. So delete everything just like that. And you can see that this is now much simpler. So right here, what I'm going to do is before authorize requests, let's go ahead here and simply say dot and then add and then filter. So this is how you add a filter. And the filter that we want to add is new and then JWT username and password authentication filter. And this filter right here takes the authentication manager. Now the way that we get access to authentication manager is simply by saying authentication and then manager, just like that. And basically we have access to this authentication manager because we are extending web security configure adapter. So if I open up that class and then press shift command F12, and right here you can see that we have the authentication manager. So you can see that it's a protected method, and this method allows us to authenticate our users. So let me close this class, and there we go. So there is one more thing that we have to do, and that is remember that I said that. So if I go here, so remember I said that JSON Web Token is stateless. So let's go ahead and make sure that we are using a stateless authentication. So go back to IntelliJ, and before adding the filter, go ahead and say dot and then session management, and then simply say dot session creation policy, and then simply say session creation policy and then stateless. And then right here, let's go ahead and say and. And this is pretty much how you configure the session management. So now the session won't be stored in a database as it was previously. And this, so let me actually put this on a new line, and there we go. So this is everything we need to do to change our configure method inside of application security config. Next, let's go ahead and test that we can authenticate users, and also that we can generate a token and attach it to the response for our clients. Alright, so to test all of this, first let's go ahead and add some breakpoints. So I'm going to go ahead and add a breakpoint right here. So right here, and then scroll down, and also let's add a breakpoint right here. So after we generate the token. So now that we have these breakpoints, let's go ahead and start the application in debug mode. So press on the debug icon right here, or actually the bug icon. There we go. So the application is up and running. Now let me go ahead and open up Postman, and let's issue our first request using JWTs. So this will be a post, and will be a post to local host 8080 and then login. And then for the body, instead of form data, change it to raw, and then from text to application.json, or actually just application/JSON. Now let's go ahead and pass username, and remember we have Linda, and I need a comma there, and then the password. So password is simply password. So let me just show you in case you've forgotten. So right here, if I open up auth, fake application user DAO, you can see that we have, so right here, get application users, we have Anna Smith, and the password is password. We have Linda, and the password is password. And we also have Tom, that has the same password. So let me go back to Postman, and now I can go ahead and send this request, and you can see that this has stopped on line 42. So it means that pretty much everything went fine. So let's have a look at this username and password authentication request. So if I open it up, put it in the middle, you can see that we have the username is Linda and password is password. And then we have this authentication. Let's look at it as well. So the principal is Linda, credentials is password, and authorities is empty because we haven't provided one. And to be honest, we didn't have to, right? Because the user wasn't authenticated. And you can see that authenticated equals to false. And then right here, we use the authentication manager to authenticate. So let's have a look at the authenticate variable. And right here, you can see that we have the principal. So this is Linda. The password is hashed. And then granted authorities, you can see that Linda, she has student write, read, course read and write. And the role is admin. And you can see that is account non-expired, non-locked, actually credentials non-expired, and is enabled. They're all true. So good news. And if I collapse this, you can see that authenticated is now true, which means that it was a success. So now let's go ahead and resume this. You can pretty much press F9 or on this play button, and there we go. So we have stopped here for some reason. I don't know why, but let's go ahead and try to step over again, and there we go. So I didn't have any breakpoint here, but it stopped here. That was weird. But right now you can see that we've managed to generate a token. So if we have a look, you can see that this is a long token, right? So it's a long token, and this was the key that we have used right here. So we said get bytes, and if this fails for you for any reason, is because the key, right, this key is really sure. So make sure that it's quite big. And finally, now what we're going to do is say response.add header authorization and then bearer and then the actual token. Now let's go ahead and simply play. There we go. Let's go back to Postman, and let's go ahead and have a look at the headers. And look at this. We now have the bearer and then the actual token. Now what I'm going to do is actually grab this token, and to be honest, everything is working as expected. So this is really, really awesome. So grab the token and go to the jwt.io, and let's actually paste our token here. So paste the token there, and look at this. So let me actually tick on secret base 64 encoded, and then untick. So for some reason you have to tick this, and you can see that the signature is verified. But now have a look. So we have our token, which is quite big, and look at this. The algorithm is HS512, and then the subject is Linda, right? So this is Linda, that's the username. And then we have the authorities. So student write, read, course read, and then course write. And then we have the admin, and then we have the expiration and issued at. And this is really awesome. And you can see that it will expire 15th of December. So we said 2 weeks, and you can see the date. So this is the 1st of December, and this is within 2 weeks. This token will expire, and then the user has to provide the credentials again to be issued a new token. So there you go. We've managed to, actually, let me show you the diagram. So we've managed to implement these first 2 steps. So if you have any questions of what we've done, go ahead and drop me a message. But next, let's go ahead and use the token that we have, right? And then have the server validate it. And if everything is fine, the client should be able to access the requested resource or the requested API. So this is all for now. Let's move on to implement this final part right here. All right, so let's go ahead and focus on this part right here, where the client now will send a token for every single request, and then the server will validate whether the token is still valid. So for that, what we're going to do is create another filter. So right here, remember the filters diagram that I've showed you. So now we will have a second filter, and this will be called JWT token verifier. And the job of this filter is simply to check whether the token is valid or not. If it's valid, then we allow the client to access the API or whatever resource he wants. Otherwise, we will throw an exception. So let's go ahead and open up IntelliJ, and inside of the JWT package, go ahead and create a new class, and this will be JWT and then verifier. Or actually, let's go ahead and simply say, I think was token verifier. So token. So right here, token. Just like that. And this will be extends and then once per request filter. So basically this filter right here so has one method. And the reason why I'm having once per request filter is because I really just want this filter to be executed once per request. So sometimes filters can be invoked more than once. So this simply says that please do invoke this filter just once for every single request coming from the client. So the very first thing that we have to do here is to actually get the token from the header. So when the client submits the request, the client will send the token along. So the way that we get it is simply by saying string and then authorization header equals to, and then we're going to rename this to request and then response, just like that. And right here, what we're going to say is simply request dot and then get header. And the header that we're going to get is the authorization, just like that. And now what I'm going to do is the follow. So I'm going to say if and then strings, and make sure that you pick the one from com.google.common.base dot and then is null or empty, and then I'm going to pass the authorization header. If that's the case, or the authorization header dot starts with, And remember, this starts with bearer and then space. So let me just flip this around. So if is null or empty, or it doesn't start with bearer and then space, we have a problem here, right? So what we're going to do is simply say filter chain and then do filter and then pass the initial request. And also we have to pass the response, and right here let's simply return. So basically at this point, when this is true, i.e. if it falls under this branch right here, the request will be rejected, right? Because there is no way for us to authenticate the actual request. So if that's not the case, what we're going to do is the follow. So I'm going to have a try block right here, and right here we're going to say string, and then we're going to get the token. So token coming from the client equals to authorization header dot replace, and then we're going to replace the authorization header with bearer and then space, and we're going to replace that with an empty string. And actually I don't have to pass the authorization header right here because I'm calling the method on the actual string itself. So there we go. So now, so what's going to happen is, so if I show you exactly, so remember this is the token. So this is the token, but the client will send bearer just like that, and then space. Oops, just one R and then space, right? And then basically we want to grab the token itself without bearer, right? So let me just undo that. And there we go. So now we have a token. Now what we're going to do here is, first we're going to say J and then WTs and then dot, and then we're going to invoke the parser method. So this will allow us to parse the actual token. And then right here we need to set the sign-in key, and I'm going to pass this in a second. And then right here we need to say dot and then parse and then claims JWS. So go ahead and simply say JWS, and I'm going to show you exactly why is this JWS. So if I go to the docs, so right here on the quick start, you can see that right here when we call the compact at the end, results, so right here, compacting into the final string form, a signed JWT is called a JWS. So basically we want to get it back, and there we go. So right here, the actual key, so we need to get the key. So the way that we're going to get the key for now is, let's go back to our previous filter and let's grab this, go back and then paste it in. So this is the actual secret and then key, and we're going to refactor this in a second. But then let's also go back and let's grab this line right here, so keys, and then we say key dot get bytes. So the same thing here, and then pass that in, and this will be secret key. And there we go. So if I put this full screen so you can see exactly what I'm doing. Now I can go ahead and extract this into a variable, and this is simply called claims JWS. So now from this claims JWS, we're going to get a few things. So first, what we're going to get is the actual body. So let's simply go ahead and say claims dot and then get and then body, right? You can also get the header, but for now we don't need the actual header. So now we get the body, and from the actual body we're going to retrieve the subject. So get and then subject. Or actually, let me show you what we have. So basically at this point we can get pretty much everything. So issue that, we can even, change the actual expiration date. You can see that we can get the issuer, and basically other methods that we can perform on the actual body. So right here, let's go ahead and simply say get and then subject. So we want to get the actual subject, and remember the subject is this. So this is the actual subject, which is Linda. So right here, let's go ahead and extract this to a variable, and then simply say user and then name. So now we also want to get the actual, so right here, the authorities from the body, and the authorities is a list of maps. So you can see here a list of maps that contains the actual authorities. So let's go ahead and right here simply say body dot and then get, and right here what we're going to get is the authorities. And basically if I go back to the previous filter, so right here, remember when we added a claim to the body, so right here authorities, we are simply getting it back. So right here, and this contains a list, and this is a map of strings, just like that. And I'm going to import list, and I need to first cast this like so. And then right here, so what I'm going to do is simply say var, because I don't want to type this long casting right here. So let's go ahead and simply say authorities, just like that, and then equals. So now that we have the authorities, we can go ahead and tell Spring Security that from this point onwards, this user can be authenticated, because from this point everything is fine. So what we're going to do is simply say security context holder, and then dot, we're going to get the context, and then right here we need to set the authentication. And for now, let's go ahead and simply pass null and extract this to a variable. And you've seen this before. So right here, let's go ahead and simply say new, and then username password authentication token. And right here, guess what? The actual principal will be the username. The credentials, we can pass null, right? And then right here, the actual authorities, we need to pass authorities. So actually, so this is not going to work. So what we're going to do here is simply map this authorities, because this one expects it, because this one needs to be a collection that extends granted authority. So right here, what we're going to do is simply say authorities dot and then stream. And right here, we're going to say dot and then map. And then this will be the actual map. And I'm going to say m dot and then get, and then the actual key will be right here. So this is the actual key. So this is the list. We are mapping the list, and then for each item we are mapping, or actually getting the authority, so that we can map it into this student right. So right here, let's go ahead and simply say authority. So make sure that this is the same as this one. And what I'm going to do is actually take this and then say new simple granted authority, and then pass that, and then dot collect this to set, extract this to a variable, and then let me simply say simple and then granted authorities. There we go. So now instead of authorities, simple granted authorities, and there you go. So you can see that we have no errors. So right here we are getting this authentication, and then setting the user, or actually setting the authentication to be true, right? So at this point we can say that the client that sent the token is now authenticated, and this is what this line does. Now right here we have to, so if I scroll up, you see that we have a try block. So now we need to catch any exceptions. So catch, and right here let's go ahead and catch the JWT and then exception. So basically right here I'm going to say throw and then new illegal state exception, and then simply say token cannot be trusted. So if I do a string format here, so string dot format, and then close that, and then %s, and then right here simply say comma, and then pass the actual token. So what was it? Yeah, it was token, but I think I need to pull this out of the try. So right here, and then I can use it down here. So token, just like that. So there we go. So if we fail to validate the token, right, with this try block, the token is not valid, and therefore we do not trust the token. So the token maybe has been modified or expired. So this exception will tell us exactly what the problem is. So there we go. So we've actually done quite a lot here. And if you have any questions about what we've done here, go ahead and drop me a message. But next, I'm going to debug this step by step so you see everything in action. Alright, so before we actually test all of this, what we need to do is to register this filter. So let's go ahead and open up the project tab, and I'm going to open up the application security config. And right here, what I'm going to do is the follow. So I'm going to say dot and then add filter after, and then the actual filter is new and then JWT verifier. And then we're going to add the filter after this one right here. So this one right here. So JWT and then username and password authentication filter dot and then class. And there we go. So now we have registered this filter after the username and password authentication filter. So right here. So this is what we are doing. So we are registering this filter after this one right here. So now let's go ahead and go back, and what we're going to do is add a breakpoint right here. So we have a breakpoint, and then we're going to step over. Now what I'm going to do is start the application in debug mode. There we go, up and running, no errors. And if I open up Postman, so right here, remember before, so we tried to log in and we got a token back. So I don't even need to log in at this point because the token will expire in 15 days. So what we need to do is grab the token, and let's go ahead and open up a new tab, and let's issue a GET request. And this will be to management API right here. And then inside of headers, let's go ahead and say authorization header, and then paste the actual bearer token, just like that. And we are good to go. Now I'm going to send the request, and you can see that we have hit the actual breakpoint. Now let's step over this so you see everything in action. So I want to step over here, and you can see that this is the actual token. So bearer and then the long token. Now we shouldn't fall into this if statement because the token is fine. And right here, I'm going to step over, and you can see that we've removed the bearer and then the space, and we have only the actual token. That's fine. So let's actually now step over, and let's try and parse the actual token. And you can see that worked. So inside of this claims JWS, so let's have a look. So you can see the actual header. So the header contains the algorithm, the body contains the subject, so Linda, and then authorities, right? So this is the actual list that I said, right? And that contains all of these maps. So if I collapse that, and we also have the issued at and expiration, right? As well as the actual signature. So let's go ahead and step over and then grab the username right here from the subject. You can see Linda right here. So Linda. And then the authorities. So you can see that this indeed is an array list of linked hash maps, and we're going to map this to a simple granted authority set. There we go. Now if I show you the actual set, you can see that we have 5 elements in it. Now let's construct the authentication. There we go. Authentication, Linda, credentials null, authorities, and right here authenticated now is, well, actually is about to be true, right? Because of this line right here. So set authentication. So if I continue, there we go, and there we go. So you can see that we have a 200 status code, and to be honest, in the actual body we are not getting the JSON payload that we are expecting, which is a list of students. So I think I know what is happening. Let me explain it really quickly. So if I open up the diagram for the request filters, so basically, so the filters, the way they work is they receive the request and response. So right here, so if I scroll up, you can see that we have the request and response. And then what they do is once they are done with whatever logic they have to perform, they need to pass the request and response onto the next filter, just like that. So just let me finish this quickly. So you see exactly how filters work. So basically they pass from one filter to the other until it reaches the actual destination, which is the API. And currently this JWT token is not passing the request and response to the next filter on the chain. And let me go back to IntelliJ, and what we're going to do here is very simple. So after we finish, what we're going to say is filter lowercase, so filter chain dot, and then do filter request and then response. And this will make sure that the request and response that we got onto this filter can be passed down onto the next filter in this filter chain. So now let's go ahead and pretty much just stop the application. And what I'm going to do is simply run it normal without debug mode. And there we go. Let me go back to Postman. And now let's go ahead and try and send the exact same request. And ta-da! So you can see that now this time we get the actual resource that we requested from the server. So basically, we've managed to achieve all of this. So this bit where we send a token for each request, we verify the token, and if it's okay, we send the resource, right? Which in our case is this. So this is what we've asked for. We've actually managed to implement JWT with Spring Boot. So this is really awesome. Now let me go ahead and open up the header. And right here, let me simply add, for example, a 1. And then let me send this request. And you can see that it's forbidden. Now, if I open up IntelliJ, you can see that we have an exception. And let's look at the exception. There we go. Illegal state exception. Token 1EY. Cannot be trusted. There you go. So we've managed to successfully implement JWT. So also, if this token is expired, this exception will be thrown. And you can add more information when you throw the exception to have a bit more context of why the token is not valid. So right here, you could add more information from the above token. So there we go. If you have any questions of what we've done so far throughout this entire section, go ahead and drop me a message and I'll be more than happy to further assist you. So next, what I want to do is actually refactor a few things. So you see right here where we have this secret key. So we are actually using this secret key in two places. So also in the JWT username and password authentication filter right here. So next, let's go ahead and create a configuration file that will hold the actual key so that we can reuse it throughout our code base. Catch me on the next one. Alright, let's go ahead and create a class that will hold some configuration for our JWT implementation. So under the JWT package, go ahead and create a new class and call it as JWT and then config. So right here, so this class will be annotated with @ and then configuration and then properties. So right here, inside we can pass a prefix. So the prefix, so let's pass a prefix. This will be application dot and then JWT. So what we're going to do now is open up the resources folder, and inside of application.properties. So let's go ahead and create a couple of properties. So right here, let's go ahead and simply say application dot JWT and make sure that this is the same as this. So this is the actual prefix. Now right here we're going to have secret and then key equals to, and remember the secret was, so right here, so let me grab that, Command C, go back to application properties and then paste that. Now let's also have application dot JWT and then dot token prefix, and this will be equal to and then bearer and then space. So we actually need that space in there, right? So I think we can have a space with a configuration file, but we will find out in a second. And also, let's go ahead and say application dot JWT dot and then token expiration and then after, and then this time let's go ahead and change it to days because I think it's easier for you to manage. And let's say 14, and I think this is it. So now let's go ahead and go back to the JWT config. And right here, let's go ahead and simply say private and then string. And right here, let's go ahead and simply say token, or actually let's grab this. So secret key. There we go. Let's also get the token prefix. So private, oh, actually I can duplicate this. So Command D and then Command D, and this will be an integer. And I think I need to grab this as well, go back, paste that, there we go. Now let's go ahead and have a constructor, select none, so we need an empty constructor, and let's also have some getters and setters, there we go. So now everything will be injected into this JWT config. Now there are two things that we need. So right here, so let me go back. So we actually need this key, right? So let me just extract this to a variable so you see exactly. So we have we need this key right here. So let me just go back and let me Command C on that, and let me go back to the config, and right here let's go ahead and have public and then secret and then key. There we go. And then get and then secret and then key. And let me paste that. And right here, what we're going to do is simply say return. And then right here, the actual key will be secret key.getBytes, and that with semicolon. And let me simply rename this for, and then signing. There we go. And we need to annotate this with @ and then bean. And the last thing that we need here is a public and then string and then get authorization and then header. And right here, let's go ahead and simply say return HTTP headers from com.google.net and then authorization. And there we go. So now let's go ahead and inject this class and use it. So open up the JWT username and password filter. Let's go ahead and inject two things here. So right here, we're going to say private final and then JWT and then config. And in fact, what I want to do is actually create another class and simply say JWT secret key. And right here, let's go ahead and have this with @ and then configuration. And let's take this method, actually from the config. So let's grab this bean right here. So let's take it from here and then add it here, just like that. And let's say private final JWT config, and then we'll inject this at AutoWire and then config dot and then get secret key. There we go. And I think this looks much better. Dot and then get bytes, and right here we can simply say get secret key. And now I can go ahead and open up the actual filter, and we need also to inject the private final and then JWT and then secret key. There we go. And actually basically it's not that, so we need this one right here, right? So we need that, and this will be a secret key. And basically let's just rename this to secret and then key. Now if I go back, I need to auto wire these guys. So refactor and then add it to a new line there and there. And now we can use it. So right here, we can get rid of that. And we can also get rid of this. And I can simply say secret key. There we go. Now for the authorization, we can use the config. So config, so JWT config dot and then get authorization header. And right here, so we can simply get the actual prefix. So token, or actually config dot and then get token prefix, just like that. If I put this full screen so you can see exactly what we are doing. Now let's go ahead and do the same for the JWT verifier. So right here, private final and then secret key. There we go. And private final JWT config. Let's add to constructor. We're going to fix that in a second. So right here, let's scroll down. So right here, config dot get authorization header. Right here, instead of that, config dot get prefix. And then right here, the same. So config, and you can see that this is much better. Get and then prefix. And right here, we don't need that anymore. And right here, this is just the actual secret key. Secret key, just like that. And there we go. So now let's go ahead and open up the project tab and open up the application security config, and right here we have some errors, and that's because we need to inject. So let's go ahead and say private final and then secret key and private final and then JWT config, and let's add two constructor parameters, and there we go. So new line there, and you can see that all the errors went away. And basically for these two filters we are passing the config as well as the secret key. So this is pretty much it. Next, let's go ahead and restart the application and make sure that we haven't broken anything. Alright, so let's go ahead and test things out. So what I'm going to do is go ahead and restart the application, and hopefully we should have no errors. And there we go, everything up and running fine. Let's go ahead and open up Postman, and right here let's go ahead and send this same request. So a get. So right here you can see the headers, we have this token, and let me remove this one right here because that's incorrect, and then send, and you can see that it still works. But what I'm going to do also is actually try and get a new token. So right here in the actual body we have Linda, but now let's go ahead and simply say Tom. Let's try with Tom. So we want to get a token for Tom. So let me go ahead and send, and there we go, 200. So let's go to headers, let's grab this token right here without bearer. Let's open up JSON Web Tokens, or actually JWT.io, paste that in, and there we go. So you can see that, so if I take this, so you can see that we have Tom authorities. So Tom has student read, he has a role of admin trainee, and he can only read courses. So let's go ahead and try and send a request to management API, and let's grab this token. Let's go to headers, and actually let me just create a brand new one. So this will be management API headers authorization. There we go, paste the token, and this should be bearer, and then send, and you can see that it works. So if we try to post, so let's try and post someone. So let's go ahead and simply say 3, and then in the body raw, and then application.json. Let's send an empty blob, send, and you can see that the method is not allowed. It's because it doesn't exist. So let me go back to IntelliJ. So right here, so student management controller, and this was a post mapping, and I think we need to pass a student, so student ID. So student ID, that'll be 1, or actually whatever, it doesn't matter. And then we need student name, and actually I don't need this path as well. Send, and you can see that now it's forbidden. So this is actually working. So there we go. I think that having this configuration file for the actual token prefix, and I think we forgot the expiration days after, so let's also fix this. So right here, I think this was under the JWT username and password authentication filter. So right here, so instead of say plus weeks, let's go ahead and delete that and say plus and then days. And right here, let's go ahead and simply say config dot and then get token expiration after days. And there we go. So if I go back to the actual config and let's change this to 10 days, for example. So let's go ahead and restart the server. There we go. Let's issue a new token. So post, and then right here in the body, Tom, send. There we go. Headers. You can see that we have a 200. Let me grab the token here. Go back to JWT.io, paste that in, and then if I take this, now you can see that the issue that was just now, so the 3rd of December, now the expiration date should be on the 13th. And there we go, so 10 days after. And this is pretty much everything about JWTs with Spring Boot. If you have any questions of what we've done in this section, go ahead and drop me a message and I'll be more than happy to assist on whatever question you might have. This is all for this section. I hope you had fun as I did, and I'll catch you on the next one. See ya. Alright, so I just want to give you a quick word on JWTs. So you see that they are very, very powerful, right? So when you issue a token, make sure that the token hasn't got a long expiration date. So make it something like, I don't know, maybe 10 days or 7 days, because you want your users to authenticate to your system as much as possible. Also, you see that a user can request for as many tokens as it wants. So currently, the best way for fixing this is to actually store some of those tokens or the information about a user and token to a database. So if the user requests for another token, you can invalidate pre-existing ones. So this is something that you should bear in mind when using JWTs. If you have any questions on JWTs, go ahead and drop me a message. Otherwise, next, let's go ahead and wrap things up. All right, fellow Amigo coder. So we actually reached the end of this course. And as you saw, Spring Security is amazing. It simplifies a lot of security concepts into an abstracted way, and pretty much we just use this awesome API to secure our applications. So if you have any questions on anything that we've done here, go ahead and drop me a message. And if you want to learn how to connect to a real database, because that's what you are missing now, go ahead and check my full stack web development with Spring Boot and React. And once you learn everything, so security plus Spring Boot, how to connect to a database, how to build a front end, then you pretty much have, the skills necessary to build a full app on your own. So this is all for now. If you haven't subscribed to my channel, go ahead and subscribe, because you mean a lot to me and your support drives me to build more and more content like this. Visit my website for any other courses, and this is all for now. I'll catch you on the next one. See ya.